More like the grade A asshole. I did not make that same joke last time, okay? Listen, I've been gone for 2 weeks, so I get to say the exact same joke the second time, because nobody will remember. You see how that works? You understand the little loophole that I found? Stream time, baby. Let's go. Let's return to the Great Ace Attorney. I hope we can finish this case today. I don't know, but it seems like we should be able to, because for fuck's sake, it's been 8 years. Welcome back, everybody. It's been a fucking while. I've been gone. I've been gone for Thanksgiving last week, so we missed one little session of Ace Attorney. Sure, maybe we did. But you can't prove it, so I'll sue you if you try to deny that I wasn't here. Did that make any sense? I don't think so. But I'm going with it anyway. James Dean Lover. Dean Lovers, come rescue me. How you doing, Remix?
Booga.
Booga. Dude, the fucking... I'm moving Blurp, by the way. I already moved it on my other thing. Now that I've got the new display ratio, why is it cracking? Do you hear audio cracking? That should go... I don't know why. There, it's gone now, okay. Woo! Oh, it's gone now. Playing some GTA 4. Oh, baby! Let's go. That's a good-ass game. I think this game's better, but GTA 4 is also good. Boom, boom. Yeah, I'm gonna be able to try a bunch of older games that I couldn't do before, but I might be able to do now. So, eventually. I mean, we still got all these games to get through, but... eventually I plan to do that. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. What witness? What testimony? This is gonna be rough. This is gonna be what's known as a rough week. The rest of this case is gonna be very rough. Hopefully this case will end soon, and then we could just, like, jump right into the next case with a fresh mind, but... I find it hard to believe that just to prepare you mentally, we're probably gonna game over a couple times. Because if I remember, I have, like, 1 pip of health left, and I don't remember what's happening super specifically. Yeah. I'm trying really hard to remember. But I've been on a whole ass fucking vacation since last time I played this game, so it's been a minute. Inspector Gregson! Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about the events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. What is up with him? What's up with Gregson? Why is he acting so, I guess strange? Why is he on the witness stand? And why do those 2 criminals regard him as their brother? I don't get it. I don't get it. But something is amiss down at Scotland Yard. Something is not quite right. It feeds into this whole conspiracy angle I've been pushing really hard. That recent school shooter. His parents are being charged with manslaughter. Wait, what? His parents? What did they do? They're not the men who slaughtered. They are not the man behind the slaughter. I guess you can't really charge a minor as an adult usually, so I guess they're just trying to get somebody. Okay, never mind. Now that I know what the message said, it makes a lot more sense. That's actually amazing. What a fucking Chad. Wall. He should have said, Mobby. Very well, court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. That's pretty bad, yeah, that's not great. You gotta learn how to not get caught. I mean, is he wrong? Is the father really wrong? What should he teach his son, that he should get caught? I don't know. I think the father literally did nothing wrong. I think the father famously did nothing wrong. Remember that fucking mind scanning for yesterday? That game was insanely hard. It was really good though, it was cool. I'm glad I beat it. I'm glad I got to beat it. 17th April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. I'm basically just gonna go up to little, what's her face? Gina. Put one hand on her shoulder and say, lol, you just gotta learn how to not get caught. Don't worry about this whole guilty, not guilty shit if you don't get caught in the first place. Gina, how are you holding up? Oh yeah, give a fuck. I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. What? Ryunosuke has schizophrenia. They just can't diagnose it yet because it's the 1930s.
Jenny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
Go.
What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a twist and like she wasn't actually sticking up the joint, but no, she was actually straight up robbing this dude. Luckily, she's not on trial for robbery, so we can get her off scot-free. That's what a lot of people don't understand about how the law works in general. The court system is like, people often are like, why does this person get such a low charge comparatively to what they did, right? And it's because it's a lot easier to prove. Like, if you wanted to charge Geno for robbery, that's like a slam dunk. She's getting convicted that day, going to jail. But if you try to get her on murder, it's a lot harder to prove that she murdered him. It's way harder to prove that she murdered him. With murder, you gotta prove all sort of shit, man. You gotta prove, like, intent in a lot of cases. I don't know. It's hard. Also, wasn't there supposed to be, like, a thing on the door? Wasn't there supposed to be, like, a little, mail slot or something? Am I remembering this case completely fucking wrong? Didn't the criminal, like, kill the guy through the mail slot? Is this the wrong case? What am I doing? What's happening? I'm so confused. Maybe it's covered by the curtain? Okay. A photograph taken after the murder had taken place. This is at 1:30 a.m. Oh, I think it's there. Is it? It looks kind of like it's there now. There was something on the door, like some way to, like, attack through the room. Or no, they said that they shot him in the back and he fell into the room, and then she locked the door, that's right. So the little thing on the wall didn't end up mattering at all. I think? I don't know. Wait. Huh? Is this an art error? Am I overthinking this? I need help. I'm calling in all the gamers. That's a gamer alarm. Okay, look at this. 1:30 a.m. This is like 30 minutes later. There's like a clear thing on the door, right? Like the mail slot. Do you see that? Starting with the first plank to the right of the handle. You can see up near the curtain, there's like lines, right? Where there's like a mail slot carved into the door. Or whatever the fuck it is. And here at 1 a.m., there's nothing there. What? Was this? I don't remember this being a dude, this is gonna go so badly. I'm gonna chalk that up to being an art error because what the fuck? That's only 30 minutes later, isn't it? This is very weird. I don't understand what's happening. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Yeah, they caught her cringe-handed, to be honest. Here's the thing. Let's save. There was recently in the real world the Ahmaud Arbery trial. When they read the verdict of that fucking Cletus-like motherfucker, they, some guy in the court was like, woo! It's really funny. They kicked him out of the court. I don't know who it was. I'm assuming it was like family or something, but yeah, it was very funny. Not of the guy who was being accused, but of the victim. Surely you have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Humph. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, it was a very funny, it was an Ace Attorney antic, as it's known. The judge said, "Who said that? Order, order!" He started banging his hand. He said, "Get that man out of my court." He didn't say it quite so dramatically, but I figured I'd embellish. Well, Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Aye? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Bro, why that shit crackling? It still crackles like a little bit. It is pissing me off. Uh-oh. I think I broke it.
Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up at your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember. Yes, I remember this. Okay, so this was when they were talking to her about the book, right? And she thought that Sherlock might have stolen the book or, like, hidden it from her so she couldn't publish it. And that's why she went to rob Windibanks, right? I believe that's what we established last time we played. Been a minute. It's been a little minute.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep.
Snap, crackle, pop. Dude, Rice Krispies are fucking disgusting. You know what's the most mysterious thing in the entire goddamn world about Rice Krispies? The cereal is abysmal. It's one of the worst cereals ever devised by man. Truly disgusting. But the treats? Ooh, the Rice Krispie treats on the other hand? You kidding me? They're so good. Okay, I turned it up a little bit so it'll stop cracking. I think the game was mad that I turned it down too much.
So I slipped out and went down the street to the Windibanks place. I had to know.
If Iris's story was there or not? The Hound of the Baskervilles?
I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in there Sholmes I don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windibank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time.
Yeah, it was there after all, you stupid. Look, I'll show you, it's right here. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Yeah, it is mysterious though. Because apparently Herlock told her not to publish this specific story, and we have no idea why. I'm guessing that's what the next case is gonna be about, right? Is like, what's the overarching deal with Herlock and Watson? Because there's something up. There's something up for super sure. Like, why this particular story he would not want to get published is very mysterious. So you broke into Windibanks?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea how it was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was as dark as you like it there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when...
What do you think you're doing?
I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew, he did die. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what.
Dude, it should have played the fucking flashbulb effect from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That would have been way more sicker. It would have made her seem like more of a depraved criminal type.
Oh, you're the girl who was here this afternoon. Oh, did you think pickpockets went in for armed robbery?
The manuscript. Have you got it here? It Sholmes leave a load of papers with you. A story.
I beg your pardon?
The Hound of something or other. If it's here, I want it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, okay, I don't see why not, armed robber.
This is the dumbest businessman of all time. Like a R.I.P. Windibank, but holy shit, he's fucking stupid. We know that Gena's on the up and up, but his only experience with her from his POV was her trying to case the fucking joint. He thought. She wasn't actually, but he thought she was there to steal his fucking shit. With a phony pickup ticket.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would ya?
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door. We both went inside.
Not a red chest. I really thought this case was gonna be more, do you see the floating chair, by the way? Just as an aside. That chair on the right is totally floating. Look at where the legs stop and then look at where the shadows begin. That is 100% a floating ass chair. No fooling. Absolutely no fooling. That chair is magic, and I don't trust it. This is some Fantasia nonsense. He probably got killed by the broomsticks, to be honest. Picked it up with their bristles, they did. Shot him right through the skull.
It was right there, all right, the mental script. Holmes were lying at all. You did all that just for me, Jenny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop.
The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes.
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
I don't really care. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight I don't know about?
Oh man, Pop Windibank is great. What a fucking G. He is just the definition of an unbothered king. Literally being mugged and robbed at gunpoint constantly, and he just looks exasperated more than anything. Just looks like vaguely tired of it.
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you, Ed.
Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
Yeah, hopefully she'll tell us how she ended up unconscious.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop.
Because the whole reason she's so incriminated is because they were stuck in a room together, Pop Windibank dead of a gunshot. And is there a picture of her too, or did we just see it in like flashbacks? Basically, she was like curled up into a ball nearby unconscious with the gun in her hand. Oh, it shows it on the floor plan. Yeah, so that's her right there. That he's the big red oaf. He's the big red beetle that's crawling across the floor, scurrying like a rabbit. So yeah, why did she become unconscious again? Is it so that she could fit directly into this crevice like a Tetris piece? Perhaps? God, the music in this game is so good. I love the style of the Ace Attorney games. They're so, the presentation is so strong. Easily the most stylish, like, mystery game series, for sure. Generally, mystery games are a substance over style bunch, for sure. They do not tend to look very good, unfortunately. I think pretty consistently mystery games look like ass. Off the top of my head, I really can't think of many good-looking ones aside from this.
Na-na-na-na. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself, when... I heard a couple of shots go off. Two, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet. Lying face down on the floor! I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick. Okay, so that is what happened. Oh, thank God. So we got like a mini recap. That's super helpful because I couldn't remember. I think it was just my theory that they shot him through the like mail slot thing. Yeah, okay, so in reality what happened was he tried to run back to the back room to safety after shooting one of the intruders, which is what left the blood stain on the wall. Then he gets shot through the back, falls face first into the room. Then Lestrade locks it from the inside. And then, done? Maybe? I think so. I think that's all that happened. That was a sequence of events. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you? Yeah! So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Windibank was a goner! No! Windibank! Oh. I like Windibank, he was a good guy. I mean, you could argue his profession is, like, pretty predatory because it relies on people not being able to pay back their extravagant loans so that he can steal their shit and then resell it for a profit, but at the same time, he was such a good guy, man. He even traded Anakin Skywalker to Qui-Gon Jinn as a result of losing the pod race. Wait, okay, I think I might be confusing this with a movie I saw while I was gone. No, I'm pretty sure that was this, yeah. Windibank flies around on little blue wings, right? I'm pretty sure. No, he became blurry as well. I felt funny in me head all of a sudden. Kinda did. She fainted.
Are you fucking kidding me? She fainted. Oh my god, Gina, you're the fucking worst, dude. She fainted. The whole reason this became a giant issue is because she fucking fainted.
After that, I don't remember nothing.
That must be when you passed out, Gina. Gagne. Yo, she should rename herself to Gagne, dude. Gagne La Stressed.
If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did. But they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to pull the real culprit through the mill.
Yeah. The real culprit's that guy, Benedict Egberbatch, right?
That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Edgar Benedict.
There's Egbert Benedict, dude. He lives in a black void, if you could believe that. You know, to be fair, I mean, in this economy, let's not get too political, but all I'm saying is, you'd be better off. Have you seen the rent prices lately? I hear rents down in the black void is actually pretty nice. Affordable. It's only like 1K per month.
I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing.
Of course, that doesn't include utilities, but let's be honest, what utilities are you really going to get down there?
He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet. What? I thought his real name was Benedict Gumbersnatch. How are you going to tell me Egbert Benedict isn't a real name? I forgot about these guys. These are the fucking best characters of all time. Who is we looking at? Oh yeah, Egbert Benedict. Okay, so that's not his real name. Got it. But I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your candor.
You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny. Let's go, England! You gotta finish this match so I can go see soccer.
They wouldn't say soccer, they're British.
Mr. Narahado.
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it.
Is this my fucking job, you twerp?
I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill we told you a whole pack of lies.
Da-dung, da-dung, da-dung. That's when the fucking Phil Collins comes in. Phil Collins-sama returns from Japan on the boat. Football! Yeah, dude, the British love football. There's 2 different, extremely distinct brands of people with funny accents screaming football. There's American beer-swilling, pig-bellied football fans. And then there's, like, meth-head soccer hooligan football fans. Football fans from jolly old England. Basically, the sort of fellas who'll tip a car just as soon as they tip their server. That made no sense. I don't think they even tip people in England. Oh well, it was close enough. The truth is they do tip cars and they do beat their wives, so... Whatever else lies I intertwined were only put there deftly to make sure you were still paying attention.
And you got the bog trotter off of him, even though he was a killer.
What's my favorite football team? I'd probably have to go with the Patriots, because they're the most patriotic. They're the most American team. Even amongst the all-American teams that are all-American in status, I think the Patriots are the most patriotic, so I'll probably go with them. Even though I don't watch or care about football at all. They run the fastest and they throw the brown ball the hardest at farthest of all. When they tackle one another, ooh boy, I say that was a good tackling. He gave that boy a concussion he ain't soon gonna forget, until he does because of the concussion. No, I could never forget that. What about the New York Jets? See, I thought they were cool until that controversy. Speaking of never forget, that time they ran into those 2 buildings, First of all, he was not even looking where he was going. He was so focused on catching a ball. And second of all, it really destroyed all of New York's prosperity after that. You know, people were never quite the same. Patriot Act? I mean, you can blame that one on the Patriots, I guess, but we all know what really caused it. It was the New York Jets. Their famous team captain, Osama bin Laden.
Oh.
I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side until the better end, no matter what. I meant the bitter end, but that's fine.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it before, but this case is a really good parallel to that first case. If you'll recall, all the way back when we first started playing this game, which was a while ago. Is this game, like, gonna end soon? Shit, I think we might actually be, like, wrapping up. Because not only is this, like, a total parallel of the first case, I think we're on, like, case 4 or 5? Usually these games only have 5 cases. But nothing's been resolved in the main plot! Oh, weird. Maybe not. But yeah, this case is a really good parallel to the first case of the game. Because it's both people who were caught red-handed shooting someone to death, seemingly, no one believing them except for their defense lawyer who comes out of nowhere and saves them. And it's like a perfect wraparound for the Naruhodo's character arc, right? He went from being like a goofy nobody who doesn't understand what he's doing in the first case to now he's like the good lawyer from the first case who saved him. He's like that exact same archetype now. He made a full journey to become a good lawyer, become a good boy lawyer. All that's left for him to do really is to get pushed by a Russian girl and break his head against a wardrobe. And then character arc complete.
Oh, Rudo.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Oh, well, sorry, I fucking... the game was gonna spell it out for you. I thought there was gonna be some subtlety left, but no. Ryunosuke! I miss this guy. Now it believes in you more than I do. I actually don't miss him at all, I just miss doing his voice.
Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong.
Meow, 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 meow.
As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down like I let my friend down when his head was cracked against a wardrobe and killed.
Not a real pain plus you fell off plus ratio. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good lawyer.
You're not like McGilded. I know that.
Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Oris.
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks for your fucking contribution, Iris. Get out of here.
Mr. Naruhodo, Sniffle, sniffle.
Aw, that was a really sweet moment. That was a good character moment. I know I ruined it by making her into a Twitter Zoomer, but still. You know what I just realized too? Speaking of parallels to the other cases, so far, like, all the evil people in this game have been like the evil little women. But in this case, Geno Lestrade is a good little woman. This game really said not all women. It really went out on that fucking, you know, it's a bold stance to take these days, but this game actually doesn't hate women quite as much as I thought. And therefore, I'm gonna have to change my score on Metacritic to 0 out of 10 and send death threats to them. Because, like, that's really going against gamer culture, if you ask me. Yeah, the first case, it was that creepy, like, little woman who looked like a swan, who then just left after she killed that guy because she had too much political power. And then she was going to go back to England and we never saw her again. That was pretty weird, right? And then in the second case, it was that little Russian girl who killed my friend, the lawyer, and then she also disappeared to go face trial, but we never saw her again. What if that's the same person? Wait, could that actually be the same exact person? Remember in the first trial, the killer was like this little petite girl who was like completely decked up, so we couldn't really make her out very well. And then in the second case, the killer was a little petite girl who was like a disguise person. Remember that? She was in disguise as like a Russian guy when we found her. So who's to say she wasn't also in disguise as the ballerina? I think I'm overthinking it. I think I'm overthinking it a lot, but how fucking crazy would that be? It would make perfect sense too. Because then all of a sudden it goes from being a crazy coincidence that she just happened to accidentally kill this lawyer that would have previously in the last case prosecuted her. It would revenge instead of an accidental, coincidental killing that happened randomly. It would be a premeditated genius murder plot. Of course, there were the ship's crew who like corroborated her story, but I mean, she apparently had a bunch of pulls. She could have done that as well. That wouldn't be that hard. It was like 5 guys. 5 guys, burgers and fries. Pick them up, eat them with your eyes. That rap sounded better in my head, but it was still pretty fire, I'm not gonna lie. That's at least going to top the charts on Spotify, if nothing else. Suck my balls. Chimichanga, stop, dude. You've made me do that too many times, and now it's becoming absurd, really. It's too much. You got me fucking picking hairs out of my teeth all goddamn day.
Defendant Geno Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Now I really want that to be the case. That would be so sick. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. What? No! Is this actually the end of the game? But nothing's happened. Is this game like not have an overarching narrative? It's just like random shit and then it ends? What about the Crystal Tokyo Tower? What about McGilded? What about the Reaper of the Bailey? What about the treason like communication subplot where somebody's sneaking out all of England's important information to foreign governments? Like what? What about the secret plan that our assistant and the lawyer guy had in the beginning and the professor? What about Iris's father? We know he got murdered and we never told her. There's so many loose ends. It's literally all loose ends. How could this possibly be the last case? The final chapter. The final battle. My final plan to eradicate the whites. My final solution. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope the white pigs will burn in hell. Wow, that was a quite a plot twist, man. Turns out the protagonist is a race warrior. We got an evil protag all of a sudden. 17th April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I smell the whites burning. That's what fucking what's his face said. We stumbled upon the carriage engulfed in flames with McGilded inside. McGilded trapped firmly inside. Inside of it.
I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Geno Lestrade. Lord Menzies, Have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoenas was delivered to the communications station, where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. That's right, there was heavy rain, they mentioned, which seems very weirdly specific. Maybe that explains why Sherlock never showed up, because we know that he's better now, remember? He never showed up to be a witness, but he's healed. Like, we saw the time when What's-Her-Face went to talk to him before she left, which was the night before. So he's better, he's awake. They said he was still unconscious. But maybe word still hasn't come from the hospital, and he still hasn't come from the hospital because of the rain as well. That would make sense. It's not racist if you include all racists, that white is all colors. That is true, that's a good point. White is all colors. On the other hand, I would also argue that it's not racist if there's no more of that race left to be racist too. So really, if you eradicate all the whites, what you're really doing is ending racism forever against the oppressed white people. If you really think about it, right? Like, if I kill, hypothetically, in Minecraft, kill all whites forever, end their bloodline, all of a sudden, I've cured racism. You can't be racist against white people anymore because they don't exist. You can't really be racist against a truffula tree, can you? You can't be racist against a motherfucking orc from Lord of the Rings because they're not real. So if I make white people a thing of the past, then I've solved their problems for all time. If you really get it that way, I'm basically a triple hero.
You make a good point about racism. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's persis of the case.
How do you pronounce that? Precum? Precis. Persis. It looks like it's supposed to be based on the word precise, like the same roots. Precis? I don't know. I don't know how to say chord stuff. It's all Latin and shit. Or French. Précis. Précis. It could be French too, I don't know.
Heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. You know what I didn't expect? The fucking big bad guy of the whole game, that apparently everything fucking revolves around and is my final nemesis, to be named goddamn Egbert Benedict. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring out the great crime lord Humpty Dumpty for trial next, why don't we? My ultimate nemesis, Dee Dee Megadoodoo. It's finally time to take her out once and for all.
Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord, an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon.
Ashley Graydon. I don't know what that means. It seems like maybe it's a Holmes reference. Some of the names are puns, some of them are just Sherlock Holmes references. But I don't remember a character named Ashley Graydon in Sherlock Holmes. Wait. Was there? No, maybe there totally was. Maybe. It sounds vaguely familiar. Communications officer. I think it's just a pun that I don't understand yet. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station.
Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about.
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Dude, this should be 1 second. Just take him to take off his fucking shirt. Just tell him to take off his fucking shirt. What do you mean, testimony? Just inspect his fucking body. He should have a gaping bullet wound in his shoulder.
We will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon.
You don't get notification? Dude, Twitch can't be trusted for that stuff. They really can't. It never says it. They never say it. They always troll. At least it's not as bad as it was. I mean, like, a year ago or so, it used to tell people I was going live, like, as I was turning off the stream. Like, 5 minutes before stream would end, people would be like, I just got the notification that you're live. And I would say, you're banned. You fucking bullet it. And I would pull out my raid can and spray them. And I would fucking spray them.
You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
I'm doing a little dance first. Gladly, my lord, gladly. That's Twitch evading all attempts to actually make their platform better, and instead just putting more ads in all the streams. That's their sacred ad summoning dance. That's why he's so rich, because he gets all the money from the Twitch ads. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. They're your brothers, even though you don't look literally anything like them. They mentioned that there was a third brother. It's you, Ashley Graydon. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. What about my random conjectures? That should be considered evidence, I think.
So you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. That's a good idea, Graydon. Go ahead and literally immediately get the fucking entire jury against you. There's no way that could backfire.
Oh, golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here? What is a Scaramouche? It's basically like some, it's some like Queen stuff essentially. It's some Freddie Mercury droppings if I'm to be understood correctly. If I understand the concept properly, a Scaramouche is essentially a Freddie Mercury-esque invention. Whenever Freddie Mercury is in retrograde, the Scaramouches rise from the ground and can be harvested. Once in a decade. Ba 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 ba. Dude, my fucking glasses are caught on a wire. I've been trying to untangle them for the better part of 10 minutes now. It's fine, I don't need them anyway. How long must I be detained here?
If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Basically, if you want to know the bottom line of Scaramouches, if you ever run into one on the hard streets, the rough and tumble streets, and they're doing their, they're jiving and juking at you like Egbert Benedict, all you have to do is ask them if they will do the fandango and they'll leave you alone. It's code. They'll know what I mean. It's a little inside reference between me and the Scaramouche eye. Not everyone would understand. It's a little too underground. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. I have fucking brain damage, dude.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the one Japanese guy in the entire country. We have met. Now, I'm sure I would remember such an occasion. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So, this guy's such a fucking douchebag. Ag! Yeah, my brain got scaramouched, man. It's because I didn't ask them if they would do the fandango in time. I couldn't remember the catchphrase. I just kept saying, look out, guys, I see a little silhouette of a man. Ah! I trust we can conclude... But I lost his voice completely. I trust we can conclude this quickly. That's the weirdest, like, anime thing I've ever seen. And I've seen it before, too, but I can't remember where. Sometimes they'll draw blonde people with, like, hair that looks like this. Like, that color scheme. Like, the waves of, like, light platinum-colored hair and then, like, dark greenish hair. It's really weird. It looks very strange. I don't get what it's supposed to represent. Maybe it's supposed to represent, like, oiled up, like, slicked back black hair. It's like, slicked black blonde, black hair, you know what I'm saying? Like, blick, black blonde hair, slick. I don't know, maybe it's supposed to be like the hair oil. I trust we can conclude this quickly. Ugh, but I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Just put it on top of the sword. Look at him, just little guy on the left just staring up at him. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here claimed that my blood was found at the scene. Let's press this, because we have evidence that it was. We have green. Green? Hold it! Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? I know how to be sure. Does this little guy know how to be sure? I think he knows how to be sure too. He's not fucking... He's not reacting at all. It's because it's on the disc too. It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. He's got a point. He's got a point now. Because we don't have their blood sample, I don't think. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. Wow, shots fired, dude. What an asshole. I can take pot shots at poor Sholmes when he's not even here to defend himself. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say the great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? This guy wants something.
Excuse me. Beam on.
You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times I gotta tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bro of Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Hey, go by me, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Beep, 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 beep. Would you like to share that thought with the court?
Hey, me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what?
I love these two British idiots. They're great. These guys are absolutely the primordial soccer hooligans. Like, there's no getting around it. If it was modern day, they absolutely would have instead got arrested for, like, tipping over a car. They would have instead gotten arrested for wearing way too many Adidas tracksuits. Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
Oh my god.
What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worried for him and... Oh, well's bells.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm.
My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon.
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I don't think so. I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. I'm gonna be honest, like, the fucking bullet hole's remarkably high up to have hit him in the fucking upper arm. Look at this shit. It hit the calendar that's next to, like, the top of the door. Top of the doorning to you. His name is Jacksepticeye. That is a tall motherfucker. He's like 8 feet tall. I can't fucking blame the shopkeeper for shooting goddamn Slender Man walking through the fucking door. He probably just finished watching so many scary Markiplier videos, he was already on edge. He was already on edge. He didn't even hear Markiplier say bye-bye so he could fall asleep. Oh my god, that's so high up. He's not that tall. Maybe he is. Does it show heights on the profiles? No, it shows ages. And nothing else. Okay. He's basically 8 feet tall. Just headcanon it, okay? As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Dude, this game would be so much easier if I could just mind scanner these hoes. They should basically make the game Mind Scanner have cameos in every other game when you scan people's minds and such. And then when your baby blows up the whole city, killing you instantly. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment. No! Stupid! You tried to pick up a thing. I think it's this evidence. I got all my pips back! Woohoo, baby! I got all my pips back because there was a break in the case when I went to go talk to Estrada. Oh, that's awesome. I was on one case. So the thing is, there's like 8 pieces of evidence that prove he did, in fact, have something to do with the pawnbrokery establishment. But I don't know which one it wants me to use. I think this one is the most solid. Remember, this was the music box that he was like wrestling with Lestrade for? Remember, he like picked her up and did a Batman Bane backbreaker on her? And then he threw her down onto the table and jumped from the top ropes during the Hell in the Cell match and like crushed her abdomen instantly? That's when the blood got on the disc, was because she cut his thumb. I think it's this. I'm gonna go ahead and try presenting this. We got 5 pips now, so fuck it.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why, is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of the murder, in pawnbroker Windibank's shop. In pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. Okay, I get it now. I figured out how sentences work. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Geno Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon?
No, that wasn't me. Somebody else, probably. Some other tall, handsome man in a white suit.
You are mistaken, that was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. Honestly, the reason there's probably thumb blood all over that thing was because he was trying to use it to play Mario Party, most likely. He was trying to wiggle that fucking hellish control stick to play Mario Party. I, to this day, think that that was like a MK Ultra-esque experiment by the Japanese government. The fact that like 9 out of 10 Mario Party minigames involved you eviscerating your fucking hands on that horrible joystick. I hated that shit, but I wanted to win, so I did it anyway. When I was a kid, I would constantly just ruin my fucking thumb skin and like the center of my palms. Give myself a goddamn gamer stigmata, because I would try to play Mario Party and wiggle that stick so fast. It was worth it though, because I got so many coins. I got at least like 5 coins per match. It's covered in tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must!
Best Mario Party game, everybody? My guess is Mario Party 2. Mario Party 2 is pretty fucking godlike. Or was it 3? I like whichever game it was when you dressed up like a spaceman and get chased by Thwomp in a car. There was one of the Mario parties where like every different board you go to, your characters all had themed costumes. So there was like Cowboy World to Space World. That one was godlike. Mr. Graydon, which Mario Party game do you like the best? Your refusal to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. And now you refuse also to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc? I don't understand where they're going with this, because we literally just did the exact same thing as last time, and now it's working for some reason. Okay, if you will recall to literally 3 minutes ago, which the game apparently thinks you're incapable of doing, the events were as follows. Step 1, Naruhodo says, you have a wound in your arm, show it to the court. Step 2, guy says, no, you can't prove that I know these two guys, so why should I go along with anything you're saying? Step 3, Naruhodo says, you have a scratch on your thumb, show it to the court. Step 4, this guy says, okay. Like, what? Why? It was the exact same line of logic. Nothing has changed. We didn't prove anything to do with knowing the other two guys. Nah, he's gonna fuck me up still. He'll refuse.
Order! Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? Oh, I do a little dance. I love his dance. It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. Yeah, I was right, dude. Van Zeeks is so horny for, Macbeth blood. What's that guy's name? McGilded? He's still, like, all in on McGilded's ass. Now is... Oh! Wakabi, what the heck? Wakabi done scared me, dude. That frightened me, man. Well, I lost my entire train of thought! They actually did that in the game, too. If you start solving too many of the mysteries, the game just immediately makes something scream in your fucking ear. What the hell was that? How did you do that? Wakabi is such a genius. He's found a way to, like, play blurp effects that I have not even set up. The jump scare sound effect is not mine. That's just from blurp itself, and Wakabi has somehow unlocked the fucking key. He's got, like, the skeleton key to all of blurp. He's the master of blurping. You're the master...
Bing bong.
Of unlocking. How does he do that? Somebody stop him. And the worst part is, it doesn't even tell me in the chat until after he does it, so I have no time to prepare mentally for his binging and bonging. Damn you! Curse you! Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. Can someone teach me how to use blurp? As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder. Yeah, so I'm now convinced that this is the setup. Are you ready for this? Oh, well, Wakabi just bonked all the knowledge out of my mind, so I don't remember anymore. I do remember, though. So this is what it is, right? The discs are the secret information that they're talking about, like the secrets that they're trying to sell to other countries. That's what's on the discs. I'm 100% positive of that. So what this guy is trying to do is work with McGilded. That's why he's so fucking rich, despite just being a communications officer. Stop it, you fucking Zoomers. Zoomers, enough! That's a long sound. He's working with McGilded to sell all of the state secrets of jolly old England overseas, which is why, what's-his-face has hated me so much. Van Zieks? Because in Van Zieks' eyes, I'm also working with McGilded, because I was his defense lawyer during his trial. So he thinks I'm in on it too, but I'm not. I have no idea what's happening. But Van Zieks thinks that I'm also trying to work with them to sell all of England's state secrets overseas. At first, I thought it was the Japanese doing it, like Susato and the other lawyer guy were going to do that, because they have some dark secret they're not talking about. But now I don't think it's this anymore. I think this is McGilded and McGilded's crew exclusively. The whole disc shenanigans. I really don't think the Japanese are in on it anymore. I think that's what it is, like pretty much for sure. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by that accused, the filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. Sheesh! In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. I saw the most fucking Zoomer video in existence the other week. I saw a video of it was like someone recording in the theater during the premiere of the Demon Slayer movie. So already like peak Zoomer, right? And then one guy goes, sheesh! And then the entire fucking theater just erupts. Everybody starts going, sheesh! It was like fucking dogs howling. Like it was instinctual. They couldn't help it. It was hard-coded into their fucking Zoomer DNA. It was absolutely insane. Like, dog, it was just a fucking cacophony. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Oh, that was him talking. Never mind, I was a lawyer.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? Did you say, sheesh? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord. The one and the same. The music is so fucking good in this game. I definitely need to hire like an orchestra to play this live and then get like crazy Beethoven hair and go like this while they're playing it. It's one of those songs. It's one of the Beethoven-ass songs where you have to have a guy with crazy hair swinging his arms around while it plays. You know, pointing at people and shit. Let's not pretend like conductors actually do anything, okay? The conductor is absolutely the supervisor of the music world. It is the producer credit on the film of the music world. The fucking, all they do is do this. The musicians already know what they're doing. Do you think if the conductor doesn't come there, the musicians are just gonna go, duh, what do we do? Is this the button that makes the music come? Like, they know what they're fucking doing. They've been playing the violin for fucking 30 years. They don't need some jackass Beethoven to swing their arms around. I already have crazy hair. Well, you already have a band. Band. Banned him. Because he's called my hair crazy. See, that also needs a Beethoven conducting. That fucking dash noise. The other song I can think of off the top of my head that's like that is the Ludwig's theme from Bloodborne. Bloodborne, every time I play it, I laugh because I just imagine the creepy dog monster doing the conducting of the crazy orchestra music. Yes, my lord, one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct. Wait, he just admitted to it? Well, it could be enough. Enough! No more farting on me. How does he do this? They're so loud, too. The blurps he plays are so much louder than the ones that I set up meticulously. How does he do it? How does he do it? He's a fucking magician, dude. How do I... Oh, history. There it is. I'm stupid. Oh, wow. So, yeah, Graydon just totally admitted that he knows McGilded for no reason. Even though he's been cagey about all the other details. I love air horn sound effects. They're basically gonna be, I believe, when Westerns return to the big screen. But basically, the way spaghetti Western soundtracks were established was just random noises that Ennio Morricone came up with for no reason. So I think next time there's a good chance that Western movies are just gonna have air horns playing in the background. They'll have air horns, they'll have like people playing the triangle. They'll have the Price is Right losing horn. They'll have all sorts of instruments you wouldn't expect. Okay, here's the thing. I'm fine with Wakabi somehow having access to this fucking dragon's horde. This Fafnir-esque horde of sound effects. But does it really have to spam the chat room? Does it really have to show that every time? That's my only qualm with it. Check out the timing. It was really good timing. It was comedic timing for sure.
I didn't expect to hear that name uttered in my courtroom again.
According to what Geno told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. You know what sound effect I really want to add to Blurp? Okay, this sound effect is going on the channel for the channel point rewards. There is a really fucking horrible NFT cartoon that just came out. And I don't mean to shit on the people who made it, because like I'm sure they didn't have that much time or budget or whatever. It's not John Cena. It's not John Cena. It's an NFT cartoon. Shut up! And it has some of the worst voice acting I've ever heard in my entire life. It's so fucking funny. It's like in trying to be funny and fails miserably, and that makes it funny. There's a monkey in the cartoon that just runs around everywhere and he says, "Fuck." And it's like the most perfect delivery of fuck that I've ever heard in my life. It's like whispering at night so you don't wake up your mom, but trying to sound like a tough guy saying fuck. It's so fucking funny. I really want to add it to the Blurp sound effects.
Fuck.
According to what Geno told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. Here's the thing I don't understand about the NFT cartoon. Like, making it makes total sense, right? It's advertising their product. They want people to buy the monkeys, so that part makes total sense. Why don't you fucking pay people to make like a good version of it? It feels like they're doing the voices and everything themselves, like the same people who are animating it. But aren't people who buy the monkey NFTs like super fucking rich? They cost like $200,000 to buy one of those things. The good ones. If you have $200,000 to drop on a monkey, I feel like you could afford to pay a voice actor on Fiverr.com. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc. I almost read that as dicks, but that's fine.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Okay. So here's the thing that's really upsetting to me is that I'm beginning to think McGilded is actually dead. I'm beginning to think McGilded might actually be dead because this game is about to end and he still hasn't returned. Wakabi, just tell me how you do it. Just reveal your magician's secret. How the fuck do you get these extra sound effects? I don't get it.
There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutling.
Okay.
I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Is that true? The police definitely had one of the discs, but which one was it? I think, didn't the police have one of the discs? I don't remember, it's been too long. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna press, because I don't remember. We'll press the disc was taken by the police. Hello there. Okay, now that's a good sound effect. Obi-Wan is fantastic. You know what I love about young Obi-Wan? To me, young Obi-Wan fills a very fucking specific niche that I absolutely adore, like a character archetype. Which is like snarky douchebag British guy who thinks he's way cooler than he is. It's a really specific niche, but every character that fulfills it is incredible. Herlock Sholmes in this game, fantastic example. Obi-Wan from the prequels, Herlock Sholmes, even Sherlock Holmes in a lot of the Sherlock Holmes games, like when he says, "But you are Mexican." It's like, it all fills that exact same, it scratches that same itch for me. I fucking love those characters. They're amazing. The fact that Obi-Wan cockily jumps down, says hello there in the middle of an entire army of robots, and then proceeds to get his ass beat for 5 minutes straight is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in movie theaters. I fucking love that entire sequence. Star Wars prequels get a lot too much hate, I'm gonna be honest, guys. They're funny movies. They're so campy, I love it. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGill as evidence. What do you have to say about that, Gegson?
Excuse me.
Smegson? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Hey? No, he didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilden's possessions? Excuse me. Let's let the court strike that from the record.
I can't tell you something like that, sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? How does he do it? Wakapi is a goddamn fucking mastermind, dude. He's the only person who's figured out how to do that. Nobody else, as far as I know, has figured out how to access the hidden extra blurbs that I can't figure out. I spent like 20 minutes before stream trying to find out how he was doing this, and I found nothing. I was like, how do I turn off extra blurbs? Like, how do I stop blurb? I couldn't find out how to do it. I didn't add these blurbs, they're not mine. You think I went in my own fucking time and added John Cena flute? I would never.
Yes, exactly. You should know about all that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet, he had a dark side too. Papa, I was really expecting a fart sound effect there.
Where are you going with this, man, Zeeks?
What's fun about the sound effects is like you really have to make a hard read, right? It's not super live format, like the stream is a little bit ahead because it's, you know, being played back, so you can't react to things live. You can't like have your finger on the button. You have to make like a hard read as to when the sound effect will play.
Where you go with this, man, Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Huh. Interesting. Meow meow. Meow meow. Interesting, so Gregson is hiding secrets too. I mean, everybody in this game is, that's kind of the entire theme. All of a sudden a car plows through my screen, killing me instantly. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. I get hit by a goddamn green shell and shit is all I'm saying. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me...
What could be enough? No jump scare ones. You're gonna freak people out. Listen, I'm like a fucking rock. It's impossible to scare me. But the people, the good people at home, you might really spook them out and frighten them and such. I have no idea how he fucking does that. You think I know how he does that? Why is there white stuff beneath me? Is there a ghost behind me? Wait, that's part of the game, isn't it? That's just that guy's sleeves. I was like, did my green screen geek? But no, look, it's just the sleeves behind me. I was like, why is there like a white thing? That was really stupid.
You're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
Let it settle. Let it settle. That's the ultimate alpha move that Van Zeeks pulls out. The ultimate Sigma. Just ripping fat shits in his pants mid-trial. The court sits in stunned silence. They can't believe what Van Zeeks has just done. But they don't call him Reaper of the public bathroom for no reason is all I'm saying. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. It's like Gregson can almost smell something in the air.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal.
Okay, I'm turning down blurb because it's like way too fucking loud.
Let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord.
That was the wrong voice.
In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into shop later that same night.
Yup. The redemption ticket was stolen to me by that gutter gink. I'm gonna press on the gutter gink because there were 2 tickets, remember? So you're saying Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas of her kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing.
Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender.
You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection! Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
Nonsense.
I concur with the prosecution!
Hey, biased ass judge. Why blurp no play football? It fucking should, dude. I should have one blurp that I set up that's just 100 times louder than the rest of the minutes of the football music. Ba 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 ba. I should make a mod for this game as well that replaces all the really good orchestrated music with just that one song on loop, that like 15-second loop. It puts them all in sweet football jerseys.
Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in any way. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord.
Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Meow meow. No, I didn't mean to do that. That's okay. Had you ever been to Windibanks before?
Only once for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that a pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place.
He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. We do, though. Yo. I can just present against this, I'm pretty sure. Because there was 2 redemption tickets. I guess, well, I think that's a stretch, though, because we don't know exactly what he's saying. Does that make sense? It makes sense to me. The coat ticket. Bow, 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 bow. Insalubrious AF. Damn it, I don't know what it wants from me right now. Fuck me. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Let's press against this.
Hold it!
Hold it! But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. Hey, thanks, Wakabi, for the bits. Appreciate it, dog. Wakabi says, I would be a god-deer detective, and you wouldn't. Well, I'm inclined to disagree with you, but at the same time, you did crack the case of how to completely break Blurp and, you know, use all your powers on Blurp, so... I still haven't cracked that case, so I guess you do have a one-up on me right now. I guess you do have more of a claim to the throne of being the detective king than I do at the moment. But I feel like I've made a pretty good case for myself, no pun intended. I mean, I haven't died in this game yet, have I? Wagabi's going on a fucking rampage. Wagabi is all geeked out today on like sugar or something, man. Alright, we timed him out. Timed out sausage toes. Perfect. How is he doing this? Wakapi has become a complete monster of himself. How did he do it? Wait a second. Wait a second, Wakapi. I think I cracked the case. I think I cracked the case of the missing blurp sound effects. Alright, chat room, I will need you to exhibit your direction to Exhibit A. Wakapi's bit donation. I would be a god tier detective if you wouldn't. Look at the number of bits that he gave with the smiling man. 185. Does that strike anybody else as an odd amount of bits to send? When you purchase bits, you usually purchase them in like a bulk, right? It's like 100, 200, 500. But 185? It's almost like there's a small chunk of bits missing that he used to unlock blurp sound effects. I think I caught you, Wakapi. I think I caught you red-handed. Can anybody corroborate this? Is this true? Can you spend bits to play blurp sound effects that aren't on my list of blurps? I think I might have cracked the case wide fucking open. Well, then again, nobody here knows about blurp. It's a mysterious thing, so I guess there's no way to know if I was right or not.
Damn it! Another dead end for the old Detective John.
Wakabi's always staying one step ahead of me.
Here.
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items.
No, not at all.
Oh.
A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common grade bric-a-brac.
In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc.
Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in.
Wait, so what did he say? Okay, yeah. But there was another item to recover as well. No, because it's... Yeah, the box. One small box. That's not a disc now, is it? Okay, I think that's the evidence we need. I think we got this. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
I'm correct? Oh my god, I'm so fucking smart, dude. If there was ever any doubters, if there was any ever hashtag haters as to my analytical prowess, I defy you to look at me literally cracking the case of the missing blurps live on stream, using the pure power of analytical induction. It was bizarre. It was truly a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. From the inception of the mystery to the solving of the mystery, there was maybe 2 minutes before I had cracked it open with the power of my mega mind. I'm catching up to Wakapi. I'm chomping at his heels for the title of the greatest detective. Mr. Detective slipped his disc into his dick pocket and had it deposited at Windabanks. Yeah, I think we used the box. Then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. Yeah, for the box. You never doubted me for a second? Woo! Let's go, Kung Fu Kua! Also, here's something crazy, Kung Fu Kua. This is apparently the last case, and it's still not over. The same case, the Hound of the Baskervilles. The main character randomly declared that this was the final battle right before this court segment, so apparently this is the end. Which I didn't expect, because literally none of the mysteries have been solved yet. It's quite mysterious.
There's no doubt about it, that witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy is being very strange about this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, dude, it's been so fucking long. I've grown a big white Santa Karl Marx beard. It's all gone to hell. I've become the protagonist of several tragic Russian stories about the downfall of my family. It's been rough. It's been rough trying to solve this damn case. For a second, I just read I've had a grandchild before I read the first comment, and I was like, what the fuck? Where did this come from? I was shocked, I tell you. But it made a lot more sense once I read it in context. Isn't that crazy how context changes things? I don't trust it at all. There must be a reason for that. I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Okay. You redeemed something. You did. You redeemed time out somebody else, but you never said who you wanted to time out. You have to say the person you want to time out, and then I timed them out. In other words, I had no reason to break in. He did have a reason! It's this thing! What? A cat? No, the small box. Yeah! The cat's not important. For a second, I thought it was gonna be a picture of the item on the back for some reason, and then I was extremely fucking confused immediately.
Objection!
You wanted this cat! This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Oh, I got you. I see. Yeah, nobody would want the mistaken identity of Wakabi being their grandchild. He's just too powerful to be a grandchild. Unfortunately, that does reveal the identity of the timeout E as Wakabi, so I'm gonna have to go ahead and time you out, Wakabi. I'll see you in 10 minutes, bud. See ya. There we go. He's been timed out. Yeah, that would be rough if you had a mistaken identity of Wakabi as a grandchild. Just one day in your twilight years, pushing a stroller down a sunset boulevard of sorts, peering in lovingly at your grandchild, what you think would be your grandchild, only to see Wakabi's face staring back up at you like Kenshiro through the bushes. Now that's terrifying. Now that is a nightmare scenario right there. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in Pawn at Windibanks. Baby Wakabi. Yo, that would be a great marketable character. We should market a new Wakabi that's like a baby version that the Mandalorian has to take care of. The Confuqualorian. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah! There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks Pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. How do they fit into this? I still don't understand.
That's the second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited? Baby Wakabi to piss himself constantly. He does, he pisses all over his carriage. Wakabi babies, they'll make your dreams come true. Dude, Wakabi babies would be the worst show. They would just constantly be power bombing each other through tables. The article description reads 1 small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? Can someone please mod this game so that Iris has Wakabi's like real photorealistic face as well? Just for the sake of Wakabi babies becoming a reality.
Objection! Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibanks Pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What? Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from...
This is some updated autopsy report shit, isn't it? I'm fucked now. What does he possibly have?
These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras.
Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. Oh my god, how am I this stupid? Holy shit. I literally just didn't think about it. I'm fucking idiot mode. The whole time they kept pointing out that there was 2 cameras and we only ever got the photos for a single camera. We just got 2 photos. So my fucking monkey brain was like 2 equals 2, done. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. Yeah, this was a huge blunder on my part. I didn't even think about this. I mean, to be fair, there's not much I could have done, but at the same time, I feel like I'm way behind now. Usually I like to try to think about things before they come up so I'll have some idea of where to start, but this is gonna be rough.
According to the information on this ticket, my gilded small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print.
Oh wow, okay, so you see that giant blue thing in the middle? I totally thought that was gonna be the thing because it's so conspicuous. There's like this blue thing on a red handkerchief in the very middle of the photo, right above the horse. That looks so so conspicuous, rather. That blue box with the green thing on it. But it's still there. So I have not seen any differences. We can use the machine! We can use the machine, the eyeball crossing machine, so that we can see the differences.
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see! So we have 2 pictures to compare.
I can't see any differences. I'm not seeing any differences. I see the menorah is still there. Aha, I see a difference. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference, fair gamers? I'll give you a hint. Direct your attention to the bottom right shelf on that whole wall of shelves. Right next to that brown machine, that shelf, there's actually a difference between the 2 pictures. The box right in the middle on the first picture is slid to the right now. So I don't know what that means. It wasn't taken, but it was definitely moved. So it's possible the thing he was looking for was behind it or something. I don't know.
Though I must say, placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir.
We counted every single item on each of these 2 photographic prints. And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present about.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. I still can't say pawnbrokery. That's something that's consistent from last time I played. I still can't fucking say pawnbrokery. Pawnbrokery. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box. Oh, I do a little dance. I love his dance every time. It's so fucking funny. I love you, this guy. I hope he doesn't go to jail. I might have been able to break him down at last. The best part is, the thing that sets this guy apart as one of the greatest characters of all time is that not only is he such a fucking flamboyant douchebag, but like, he didn't even say anything this time. He just realized that we were fucked and then immediately broke out into like a silent Joker 2019-esque dance. I love him. We literally thought about him. and he caught on to the fact that we were looking in his general direction and busted out into a jig. Like, the absolute sheer balls on this man is amazing. He hears that we may not be able to catch him and just starts dancing. He's a man who wears his heart on his sleeve, I tell ya. I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that the fact in the night in question nothing was stolen. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints? Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing, fair gamer. I know what the discrepancy is, but I don't know if the game wants me to know what the discrepancy is. Does that make sense? I think what I'm supposed to do is use the evidence. Use the, like, box thing so that we can see the difference. Like, it'll just pop out. That's the whole point of the stereoscope thing, is that it will make the difference pop. But, at the same time, by that same token, I already know what it is because I saw it with my eyes. I'm gonna try pointing it out. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy.
Point out the discrepancy, then use the tool. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I think you're right. I think we have to point it out first, and then we'll use the tool to prove it. It's this. Oh, no, they're gonna get me like this, bastards. Because remember when they use the device, it overlays them on top of each other? It's making me point out one location. So when they're not overlaid, it's not one location. They're gonna be like, I don't see anything weird, it's not one location. I'll try it anyway, This.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures okay, so it let me do both. Thank you, video game. Oh my god, it glows. You could even say it glows. Sweet. That's handy. I'm glad it takes both. Sometimes this game is like horribly specific. There are multiple evidences that do prove what you're looking at, but the game will only take one of them. That happened earlier in the same case. It almost got us a game over until Equestrian Wyvern bailed me out. There was a part where you had to point out something or another. That dude was shot in a specific location or something, and like, there were two photos that proved it, but then only one of them was accepted by the court as evidence. It was rough, but this time it's letting me do both, so I appreciate that. When you view them stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. He's got it in his fucking box.
Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. Unforgivable.
Oh, he's doing it again. Ah, it's so creepy. Just show all the characters doing it, please. They need to do it at least once.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very same I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was?
So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed.
Bro, it's a fucking box. Do you understand what the point of boxes is? Van Zeeks? You live in a fucking coffin, you're a vampire. You should understand how boxes work. There was something inside the box, dude. Clearly, there was something inside the box that was important. You fuck. He didn't just want it because it looked cool. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. Exactly, Van Zeeks needs to learn how to fucking think outside his damn box. Honestly, that's what happens when you live in a fucking coffin, all I'm gonna say. When your diet consists of nothing but Romanian village girls, all of a sudden, his brain starts to go. The old memory box starts failing. They made a whole documentary about it. It's called Sacrifice Me. A vegan goes on an all-human blood diet for an entire year. Would you like to supersize that Romanian village girl? I believe this changes everything about the case. What's in the box? What's in the box? Dude, this movie should be more like Sesevenin. This whole game should have taken more cues from Sesevenin. McGilded should have set all this up so that various sins would be revealed. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. You fucking moron, a box! In other words, we might have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Dude, really? He doesn't know what boxes are? Dude, I can't wait for the scene where Van Zeek's mind gets fucking blown when they open the box. Oh, that explains. Oh my god, so many more things make sense now. Like when my fiancée tried to give me a box. I didn't know what she wanted. The fuck is wrong with this guy? He hated pizza, I'll tell you that much. He thought pizza was fucking disgusting. He liked the middle of the sandwich, but not the outside so much. I'm suggesting we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Mr. Windibank's as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once.
I feel like we could teach him, though. This can be a learning moment, you know? We don't have to make fun of the poor guy for not knowing what boxes are. Though granted, he's a 30-year-old man. He probably should at this point. We could just tell him that it's like a wine bottle, but for solids. You know? You gotta open it first and then get into the sweet contents. It'll all click for him. It'll all click for him right away. Take something he does know and use it as a teaching tool.
Arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here.
This is a long fucking trial, man. This jury has missed months of work at this point. Yeah, not to mention the fucking studio audience. I don't know what the hell they're still doing here. They're starting to set up tents. Starting to set up food stalls. Wakabi says, know your role and shut your damn mouth. I'm inclined to agree. Wakabi generally knows what he's talking about. He is the ultimate detective, after all. He's like that girl from Danganronpa.
We should have a report within a half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks.
This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? Let's be honest, the only people we've seen use smoke bombs in this entire game have been British, so he's kind of out of pocket right now. My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. Is there a new Danganronpa on the Switch? I wish, man. I love that series, but no, it's just like a collection, basically, from my understanding. It's like an anniversary edition, so there's like a new side content thing, but it's not actually like a new game. It just adds some new content to the old games, basically. I really like Danganronpa. I know a lot of people hate it, because it's like very goofy and dumb. I just like mystery games a lot. I don't know what to fucking tell you. I think it was quite fun. My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. Oh yeah? Well, you persisted with that same line twice because I forgot I already read it. Owned. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that's what the extra stuff was, huh? Maybe I should play it at some point then. Cool. Yeah, because V3 does kind of end on a you know, it has like a little bit of extra stuff for you to do, but I like Danganronpa. It was cool. The third game definitely goes like really hard off the rails, which is saying a lot because like even 2 went really hard off the rails at the end. But I like them. I like them all. I think they were fun. I liked the murders and solving the murders, the seesaw effect.
This was the witness's intent, to steal an article belonging from Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles are value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
Oh, here's my guess. Are you ready for my guess as to what's in the box? What's in the box? It's Van Zeek's wife's head. No, what it actually is it's gonna be like the contacts. Like his like little roll, right? Like his little Rolodex. Like all the people that he's selling this shit to. Because basically whoever could get both the disc and the contacts could become the next Mr. McGilded. They could become like the next crime lord. If they got all of his contacts and all of his information, then all of a sudden they're the new crime boss. So it's actually hugely valuable to have his contacts. Maybe it's contacts. Seems reasonable.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact.
When was the last time I saw a Rolodex? You know what? That's a good point. I feel like even before this game is set in the early 1900s, those were already out of fashion. God. I don't even know why I went to Rolodex, because, like, yeah, that's an old-ass device, man. I can't even think of the last time. I think the very first boss I ever had a Rolodex, because he was, like, real old-fashioned. He started his business in, like, the 70s, and it was still mostly the same stuff. And I think he had one, but maybe he even didn't have one. They're old. Nobody uses them anymore.
I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
Ding ding. It's because now you have a Rolodex in your damn phone, okay? Now you have a Rolodex, these kids these days, they have a Rolodex in their damn Blackberries. And their computer screen.
The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets. And a small box.
No. You said crime lord, but I heard time lord. I wish, man. I wish Mr. McGilded would be the next Time Lord. It would be so fun to watch a Doctor Who who's just a fucking asshole. That'd be hilarious. He's Doctor Who, but all he does is go back in time so he can, like, trip Napoleon into a pile of mud. That's not helpful. Bam, 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 bam. I heard that there's a female Doctor Who now, which is really interesting. I haven't watched Doctor Who since Matt Stone, whatever that guy with the giraffe neck's name is. There's this English gentleman with a giant giraffe neck who became Doctor Who, and like he was just so high up that I couldn't read his facial expressions because all you saw was neck going up off the camera, so like I couldn't watch the show anymore basically. Whenever they wanted to basically get a facial reaction shot from him, they had to film it from helicopter because his head was up in the clouds. What I'm getting at is this boy had a long Stretch Armstrong neck. This man had a Gumby neck. Dr. Hooters. That would also be a way better character. He just goes back in time so he can give scantily clad women giant boobs.
I assure you I wouldn't even accept it if the man tried to make a gift of such things.
You know, that does make a rather lot of sense.
It's not as if it was gold or jewels, was it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough.
But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I know that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by its fine citizens could have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable?
No, not at all. Is it? I mean, I've just been completely, like, raw speculating on what these things could do. I have no proof of what they do whatsoever. Cholmes's pouch? No, that's not helpful. I guess we could try this out, the music disc, if they can produce a player, but we said we couldn't play it, so I don't know. Stereoscope, are you helpful at this juncture? No, not particularly. I can flip him out. I remember that. Wink. We can look at the fucking guilty verdict in 3D. It totally changed shape. Cool. Yeah, that changes absolutely nothing. I might be fucked. Do I have proof? Of what the thing does? It should, giant bow tie. I zoomed into the bow tie by accident. Exterminate! That's the evil robots from Doctor Who.
Or were they actually the good guys? Welcome to Film Theory.
Are you able to show proof that the disc or box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well,
What's the matter, Bruno? I think the blood. We know they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilden's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilden's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed. No, our argument was amazing. The prosecution fucked it up. I don't give a fuck, I'll tell them. I'll make Zeke's look worse than usual. The Daleks, yeah, that's what they were called, the Daleks, I remember that. They can't climb upstairs. My favorite character from Doctor Who was the face of Bo, because he was just a big angry face on 2 curtain rods. He was looking like my damn green screen, but he was a human man. And then they kinda ruined that character by revealing that he was actually a Han Solo from the past. And I said, man, the face of Bo ain't Han Solo. What the fuck are you talking? You pulled that out of your ass. That was not planned. I should have revealed that the face of Bo just used to be a smaller face that was also like on top of the strings. Just like a smaller flayed skin face that had like a little pacifier up on it. That would have made much more sense as an origin story. Chronologically, it would have lined up perfectly, really. Suppose... Oh, interesting. Doll X. What? That's crazy. I never knew that. That's hilarious. It's just a volume of an encyclopedia. You know what? They're robots, so it adds up. That's cool. I do like when people just take the name of random objects and make them threatening, or like cool character slash enemy names. It's fun. Bum, ba, bum, bum. Saw Rondo down at the trap. It was based on false information.
Oh no.
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Bro, if the fucking choice is between perjury or a first-degree murder charge, I'm pretty sure we should go for a plea deal on the perjury.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Rudo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Yabba dabba dabba dabba. Alright, the exact significance of the things that Mr. McGilden deposited with Mr. Windibank. Something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. No, it won't. It will not at all harm our chances of winning this case. We know for a fact she's not guilty, so having more testimony from her could only help. Literally, it could only help us at this point. We know she didn't do it. The only thing she's guilty of is lying to the court. Terry Nation explained that the name was in... Terry Nation is the person who built Doctor Who? That's the dumbest name of all time. That sounds like what a fucking horrible YouTuber would call his audience. Welcome back, Terry Nation. He would like rewind himself 3 times during the intro, explosion sound effect afterwards. That's a horrible name. No wonder he had to make Doctor Who to make up for it. Terry Nation. That actually sounds like an Ace Attorney name. Terry Nation would be like the name of a horrible businessman who works overseas, but is like super patriotic. Absolutely, there's no doubt in my mind. He would be like Mr. Red, White, and Blue Corp from Ace Attorney 1. He could have been named Terry Nation for sure. The defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
We would like to change Terry Nation's name for him. Well, actually, we would like to await the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box by calling the defendant Miss Geno Estrada to the stand. Can we do that?
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will provide the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Or prove, rather. Sorry, I read that wrong. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. Ding, 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 ding. I have.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused. Did.
Very well, if you have no objection.
Think. Okay, so unfortunately Lestrade is gonna go to jail. Like, for sure. Like, there's a 100% chance she goes to jail. But here's the thing, did she actually lie? I'm trying to think back on if she actually lied. Because from what we learned before when she was talking, she really doesn't know that much. Like, it's not like she was, well, at least if she wasn't lying last time we talked to her as well. I think it was when she was in prison and we came to request to be her defense. She told us a little bit of the truth regarding what happened. And she didn't really lie about that much because she didn't know that much. She was stuck under the seat for most of what happened. But then I can't remember what testimony she gave in the first case. Maybe she did lie about it.
We will hear the testimony of Geno Lestrade. Your witness currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Rudo. You know what's crazy? This game has, how is this the last case? I'm still thinking about how this is the last case and it makes no sense. There are so many loose ends. The Crystal Tower, the spying subplot, the secret that the assistant girl and the old lawyer had. The circus that got mentioned 8 times and just never came up. That creepy little man who chased one of the tenants in the building in the case where the lady threw the knife out the window. There are so many loose ends, it's absurd. There's so many. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought in before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. This is great because this also actually serves as a recap for me and also you as the chat room because it's been a minute. It's been a hot minute since that old case. That was the second case? Probably about a month or 2 ago? Probably like 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Aw, poor that guy. Oh. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But the trial progressed and another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Yeah, he got burned to a fucking crisp, dude. They straight up used the fucking Faraga spell on his ass, no fooling. And I guess he's actually dead. I'm honestly shocked that he's actually dead. I was so sure that either him or the Chief Justice, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart, was gonna be the villain. But this is the final case, and he hasn't shown up, and this is like 12 hours into this case, so I think he's just straight up actually dead. How could he be dead? It makes no sense. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. That's another, plot hole. Or not plot hole, but like, I guess like an unclosed circuit that would put this whole thing together is why McGilded went back to the omnibus after the trial and then got burned to death. Why was he even there in the first place? They never explained it.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in either of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know.
Fuck off, Geno. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose.
Oh, sick burn, dude. See, this is tying back into what they were talking about earlier, where the, not only does the lawyer have to have faith in the defendant, but the defendant also has to have faith in the defense lawyer. Because if she doesn't believe in me, then she'll just not incriminate herself. And then I'll be fucked. We have to fuck her over for our own gain, doesn't she understand?
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris, we're on your side.
We're not, we're trying to get her indicted on perjury charges.
Alright then, I'll talk.
It's the right choice, Geno.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here.
When are you not, Judge? When are you ever like, oh, I get it. No, I'm following. The judge is always 12 steps behind whatever the hell's going on.
However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles, and that extraordinary case of the omnibus, harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of the 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything is going to come out. Like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Oh shit, have I been saving over myself? If this is the last trial, I think it was Ace Attorney 3. One of the Ace Attorney games actually had, like, bad ends. Like, if you picked the wrong option, the game would continue, but then it would just lead you to a bad end. So I really fucking hope I didn't save over before I had the choice of whether to bring her on the stand or not, because maybe that's what determines it. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is, that brickmaker code was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and a pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
We still don't even know why McGilded killed the guy. The fucking hat maker.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilded's trial.
Yeah, you fucked up, Judge.
It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable, unforgivable.
I don't believe it.
The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies.
That McGilded fella is rotten to the core. Don't forget that lawyer to the east. They were all on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer, didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. I'll be really expected to believe that.
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable!
She said it. Let's go. I love Unforgivable. It's literally the best video of all time on the internet. It's never been topped. It came out in like 2009 and they've never been able to make a better YouTube video. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. For doing my job properly and getting my client off, I guess. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witnesses to elaborate on their testimony. Because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto,
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of the trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the examination.
I really like the stained glass effect it has when the two heads collide in this one. When worlds collide. Wait a minute, did I just get the SpongeBob song confused with the Adele song? I think I might have. Hold your breath and count to 10. How does the SpongeBob one go? When worlds collide. No, it's like the exact same as the Adele song, actually, now that I think about it. I think Adele might have plagiarized SpongeBob in order to write her award-winning James Bond song. Can I prove this accusation? Why, yes, I can. Just listen to them side by side. Look up SpongeBob When Worlds Collide, and then look up Adele James Bond song. Same song, yo. She stole that shit right out of Mr. Krabs' pocket.
He's losing all his money.
Because fucking Adele's a greedy little thief who's fucking stealing all SpongeBob's sweet tunes. Guess what? SpongeBob worked hard making that music, dude. Shit, I saved over it. Rats. Okay, I'm just gonna press her, because, like, I think, like, what am I supposed to do here? She's finally telling the truth. How do I present evidence against that? And you were hiding in the cabin as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats?
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know, but I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Wow, Judge, good job, dude. I think you might have hit the nail right on the head, man. They were talking about buying and selling.
Maybe some sort of monetary transaction was taking place? I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. Stop me if I sound crazy.
Well, anyway, it got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden...
See, that would be the perfect time for one of those giant fart sound effects that Wakabi somehow summons.
I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Okay, this might be the important one right here. The disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove, just lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGill had picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat in the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard no. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too.
I feel like fear of being stabbed by an Irishman should be a valid excuse in court. Am I alone in this? I feel like that's a pretty decent reason to do something, or rather not do something in this case, tell the truth. I think we should add that to the United States amendments. Like, if you are in fear, oh mama, I'm in fear from the long arm of the Irish, that's like a decent reason not to rat. Irishmen are crazy, man, they'll kill you. Irishmen will kill you 2 times and they won't even think nothing of it. They'll go home back to their fucking, I don't know where Irish people live, holes in the wall? Cupboards, perhaps? Maybe a little Hobbiton-like hobbit hole on the side of a mountain? And they'll just, like, eat some bones and down some booze and call it a day. They don't care. They have no value of human life because they lack the mental capacity to truly understand, at a cognitive level, what human life entails. I don't trust them, is all I'm saying. Like, I would be scared of an Irishman with a knife, too. That's like giving a chimpanzee an AK-47.
He started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver, too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Mr. McGilded stabs a guy to death and instantly just starts beatboxing. Now that is Sigma behavior. That is fucking Chad behavior right there. Let's go, McGilded. I wish I could have heard his rapping noise. I wonder what 19th century British rapping sounds like. When McGilded was growing up in the hard knock streets.
All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops.
Call the slops.
I called the shots. If you mess with me, I'll bite you with my yellow teeth.
I think that's a British rap. I think that's about what they sound like most likely. Have you ever noticed that British people are fucking lying thieves? Here's a quick experiment, mind experiment. Think about all the famous British bands in human history. The Beatles, and other. All of these bands, prolific as they are, not once in any of the songs do they actually sound British. They all immediately drop the accent as soon as they're doing anything except talking. Which proves to me that it's all an act. It's a fucking fabrication. It's a smokescreen. The British know that they have nothing else to offer except for their funny accents, so they just throw them on. But it's not, it's just completely fabricated. The natural human accent when speaking in English is American, I tells you. American indeed. Because otherwise, when Americans sing, they would sound like British. They would say, "I say, do you see? For the dawn's early light."
That's when Mr. McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
I guess I'll try to press this too. He slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop. That's very important, because that's what led to this whole case. That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks.
Just a moment, Counsel. You mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Vancy.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over.
The YouTube link. Is that the British people trying to sing in their normal voices? I hope it is. Money can't buy me love. The Beatles would have been so much better if they all had horrible accents. A British rapper! I have to watch that after the stream. I have to know. I have to know. It's just eldritch knowledge, but I need to know it. May I be driven mad? Potentially. But not knowing is an even deeper well of madness for me to drink from. I have to find out what they sound like.
Oh, I saw him do that. I remember thinking, that coat, then it's gotta be worth a few bob.
Yes, Geno was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting. I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass at his face.
What are they doing? What are they doing? They're fucking gossiping, dude. They're fucking so bored of being witnesses in this game. What are they up to? I don't trust this at all. They're just gossiping about me. I heard it's Japanese. I'm about to get mad. Yeah, the thumbnail, dude. When I upload this to YouTube, I should make that the thumbnail. I'll just, fucking Photoshop the character so that he has giant grills. I'll Photoshop the little girl giving testimony so she has just giant grills and a do-rag. And then my next thumbnail will say, she's 13, Zam. I still think that's the best thumbnail of all time. She's 12, Zam. Because I still, to this day, don't know what Zam means or what the expression on that guy's face is supposed to be. It is not a real human expression. That's not a human emotion that he's displaying. When he fucking sticks his tongue out and looks like a fucking gargoyle.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass at his face. He went running off in a lick. Then the bog trotter called me and told him to come out from the drag's cabin.
I saw an edit of that thumbnail, the She's 12 Zam one, where it was the Baelit, like the screaming Baelit from Berserk, and it said She's 12 Zam, and it showed the picture of the Baron's daughter. The Baron's daughter, the Apostle Baron guy. Yeah, he's also black too, that's the other part that makes it funny. Fucking black people, what are you doing on YouTube? That's our space. That's our safe space as white people. Black people, if you're to believe what the internet tells you, have already taken over everything else. They have social justice, culture cancel war. They take all the hero. They turn Superman blacks. And now they're gonna take YouTube too? No, I tell you. Roots Maneuver. Is that also a British rapper? That's fucking phenomenal. I think the British accent is one of the funniest things in God's creation to me.
Jolly ho, I pop off on you, yo.
That's what British rappers say. I don't know what it means, but that's what they say. He threatened me not to snitch. Alright, we'll press this too. I'm just gonna press everything, because I don't know what I'm supposed to present evidence against. Threatened you how, exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was...
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never!
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in low, to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his own overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
It does make sense. Remember, it was covered in blood. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Bro, it was his fucking My Little Pony action figure collection. Here's the thing, when we saw McGilded in the first trial, wasn't he wearing an overcoat? Oh, but that was on his court date. That wasn't even, he had like the big purple coat on, but that was his court date. That wasn't when they picked him up. That makes sense. What Mr. McGilded had was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Yeah, I have money on it either being like his femboy maid dress or possibly the fact that he owns Hearts of Iron 4 on Steam. It's like something that he can't let anybody know. Otherwise, his black father will drag him away and say, hell nah, not my son.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really put her faith in you.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury! Yeah, kill her! So I need to use this time now to get as much information as possible out of her.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I did.
There's another thing. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering at each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Did I buy Skyrim Anniversary? No, dude, the Skyrim Anniversary came out at the literal worst timing ever. Because there was like a Steam sale right afterwards where Legendary Edition or Special Edition or whatever it's called went on sale for like 13 bucks. And I was gonna buy Skyrim Special Edition, which I don't have. I just have base Skyrim. If it went on sale for like 15 bucks or less. But now the Anniversary Edition exists, so there's no reason to buy Special Edition anymore. Because the whole reason I wanted to upgrade the Special Edition was for mods, because all the mods for Skyrim are on the most recent version. So now if I buy Special Edition, I have to buy Anniversary Edition too! Hell no! Not my son! Drags my own self away. Yeah, I would have to buy both now, so I'd be able to play mods. So like, it's not even worth it anymore.
Damn you, Todd Howard!
Yeah, now it's the very, very special edition, Anniversary Edition, Super Saiyan God Edition, Super Saiyan Ultra Instinct. There's so many Skyrim. It is, it's still a buggy, unfinished game. But that's why you mod it. Skyrim is so fun with mods. It's like actually an amazing game with mods, and without mods it's like borderline unplayable. But it's so good if you mod it, it's super fun. But yeah, now that there's an Anniversary Edition too, I don't want to buy the Special Edition, because then I have to buy the Anniversary Edition. And then once the Anniversary Edition comes out, I have to buy that one.
Truth is, that Brickmaker code was in the cabin the whole time.
Which one did I not press? I thought I pressed everything. I think I forgot to press statement 3. I heard a scream from over me, Ed. It's DLC for Special Edition. I know, but now all the mods are gonna require it. That's the problem. So if I buy Special Edition, I also have to buy Anniversary on top of it. Because like, usually how it works is if a game has a Special Edition or like a different edition, that's the one the mods go to. And then if that has DLC, you need the DLC. It always relies on like DLC stuff as well. So I ain't doing it. We'll see. If it turns out that you don't need Anniversary, I'll get Special Edition next time it's on sale. But I'm guessing pretty soon all the mods are going to require Anniversary. I don't know what it changes though, like how much it actually adds. How much stuff would need to rely on it. Because, for example, when Skyrim Dawnguard came out and Dragonborn, like the actual DLCs for the game, all the mods started requiring DLCs to be able to run. So I imagine Anniversary will be the same, but I don't know yet. We'll find out. If I don't need it, then I definitely want to get Special Edition, because there are so many cool mods for Skyrim I want to try, like the multiplayer and stuff. There were 2 gentlemen on the roof, I believe.
That's right. He must have looked down through the skylight and noticed a cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGildy got me out of sight.
I remember those guys. Only one of them ever came back. That's awesome. Yeah, I want to try. It seems so fun. It seems cool to be able to do multiplayer in Skyrim. It seems pretty dope. Yeah, Skyrim is a hell of a experience. It really needs mods, but if you get the mods, it's fucking awesome. It's super fun.
Out of sight, where?
Yeah, see, when we first found out that McGilded burned to death, I assumed what really happened was that McGilded put another dude in the carriage and then burned it so that it looked like McGilded died and he could disappear. Because we never saw 2 people again. We never saw Beppo again, and we never saw the guy with the weird hat again. The other guy who was on the roof deck. But it's the last case, so I guess he's just actually dead. Damn it, I thought there was gonna be a big twist.
Out of sight, where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I had the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe.
Yes, Beppo! There he is.
A fellow by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Beppo was a fucking OG, dude. Beppo 100% is packing the horsecock meat down there, is all I'm saying. Do you think he drives a horse carriage as a coincidence? I'm not convinced. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened. Stuff like that, mainly.
Okay, so now we've actually pressed fucking everything. So what do I do? Maybe I present the disc? I saw that disc on the floor. Maybe I present the disc against this? I'll try pressing it again, just in case. Maybe I forgot to press it. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, if you can skip through the dialogue, it means there's no new dialogue, so... I'll just make sure that I can skip through all the dialogue, because that'll see if I missed something. You know what other game is amazing with mods? Excuse me. Go back to this one.
Hold it!
Let me press the... Kenshi. Kenshi has fun mods, too. Kenshi dropped a whole-ass mod tool to help with it. Whenever games actively put out, like, a mod tool to help people make mods, the mod scene, like, pops off. It's great. Mountain Blade Warband is probably #1 ever modded game. It's dope. Mountain Blade Warband has, like, fucking insane overhaul mods because it's been out so long and it has so many tools to use for it. Yeah, Kenshi is really fun. It's cool. It's weird. It's a weird fucking game. And it can be, like, incredibly time-consuming if you don't put the XP rate high enough, but it's good. It's fun. They're making a second one, too. I can't wait for 2. The thing about Kenshi 1 is, like, it's super fun and cool, but it's, like, very flawed at the same time. Like, there's a lot they could fix when 2 rolls around. Like, for example, fun fact, in Kenshi 1, if you pick crossbow as your weapon, and your character is fast enough, like, if you build up enough athleticism, you are literally invincible. No enemy can possibly kill you. All you have to do is shoot them, then run back, and then shoot them, and then run back, and you are literally invincible. It's pretty hilarious. Because, like, melee characters don't have, like, a gap-closing move, and if they're not right in your face, they can't attack. So you just can't die. It takes all the survival challenge out of it. Stuff like that can definitely be fixed by Kenshi 2, but it's still a really good game. It's super solid. It's also got robots!
Hold it!
That's robot sounds. I think robots these days are like a little too future crazy. I miss the days back where robots were like, had fax machines for heads and shit. It was more charming. Analog ass robots. So what am I supposed to do here? I don't get it. I didn't mean to do this, by the way. It looks like I'm supposed to chase those two. Yeah, because they keep whispering. But I don't know how to,
Hold it!
Hold it! Yeah, they're not... Can I pursue them?
Excuse me!
Even when nothing's happening? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? They're ignoring me. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Oh, okay, that is what I was supposed to do. Oh, shit, sorry. Usually, the entire game up until this point, in the final case, whenever you were supposed to pursue somebody, a big exclamation point would pop up over their head. But this time that just didn't happen. Mabby.
Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Geno. It's as if they've been negotiating. The negotiator!
Ah, the negotiator. Order!
Mabby. I love Chillin' Dude so much. I was so happy. I laughed so fucking hard when I saw that tweet where he called out Leffen and fucking SpongeBob's Battle Bros or whatever the hell that game was called. That was so funny. He's such a god. I liked Chillin's arc where he became like fucking immensely obese. It was awesome. It's probably my favorite thing that Smash players do, because they have to play Melee for like 18 hours a day, so they get these awesome like esports jerseys for their teams, and then over time they just like stretch them to the fucking limit because they gain so much weight getting good at Melee. It's really hilarious. Hungrybox did the same thing, and so did Mango. I think Armada did as well. Armada's kind of chubby now these days. I listen to the diss track every day. It's so good, dude. The Corneria beat.
Make that pussy stop talking.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Council. You've rapped enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc.
It's evidence.zip. The disc that is the entire game is just evidence.zip. It literally couldn't contain the ass whooping. That's why there's blood all over it. Oh my god. I can't believe Chillin was the murderer the whole time. Killing dude.
P.S. Judge, I ain't done yet. I'm on the omnibus, so place your bets.
This did not make matters run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
Oh. That's what's in the small box. The small box that we've been trying to find out what it is, it's definitely the music box. Like 100%. Remember they say only certain music box can play certain records? Yeah, that music box is definitely what it is. I'm pretty fucking sure. I'm almost positive. Either that or it like had the music box in it, inside the bigger box. Mitsubishi car ad. Ah, wow, 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 wow. Let's go, Mitsubishi! Fucking cartoon characters getting run over by Mitsubishis. That would be a great ad. That'd be so much better than whatever fucking shit they were trying to play. Fucking Google Fi commercials? Fuck that. Show Google Fiber strangling a man to death.
2 days ago, 2 months after the incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were found.
McGilded dude as he's known.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
But why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Hey, I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. It was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord!
It's the bailiff. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Evidence.zip, evidence.zip, evidence.zip. It's almost the end of the game. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. He's probably just a huge PewDiePie fan and it's a tiny box Tim. To be continued? How fucking long is this trial? It's been like 15 hours. Holy shit. It is, it's a fucking vinyl. It's the highest quality music imaginable. Chillin' dude had it orchestrated at a live orchestra and he was like madly conducting them. They had a fucking Gregorian choir singing the bars.
This is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited within the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke in.
Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
It is a music box!
Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. Me too. It really is. That whole fucking, it's just so good. That whole saga was amazing. Chillin' Dude is a true performer to the end. When you really think about it, it's really absurd. Like, he is a good player consistently, but he's like definitely past his prime. And he calls out literally one of the best players at the time. Just like actually top 5 players at the time. And says that he would whoop his ass. And makes a rap video about it. It's so awesome. I love his gall. I love the fact that he did that. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
And is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. I really, really, really fucking hope that somehow someone has modded my game so that when they put the music box in, it's just like an adorable music box version of Respect Your Elders.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc?
He did. He drank the whole gallon of water. He just like absolutely lost the mental victory within like 5 minutes. That's the problem. As soon as he was behind, the entire set was over. He just started fucking panicking. You could see it on his big fucking face that he was like, oh, fuck. Especially after the first game and he just starts fucking chugging 8 gallons of water out of an oil drum. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on this disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord. Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case.
Gregson, you're so evil, dude. Gregson shouldn't be a bad guy. He's Gregson. This is so sad. He's so fucking evil now.
No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
Wait, he could still be a good guy. Remember, they said that the case that they're pursuing in terms of like the stuff is super top secret, Gregson's secret case? So maybe he just doesn't want to reveal to the public in the courtroom. Maybe he's actually not a bad guy, but he's got ulterior motives because he's a double agent for the state. Maybe he just has to work with the criminals right now. It is really good. I still think my favorite part of the whole video is the guy who's standing behind Chillin' Dude with the fucking giant Chillin' head that looks exactly the same. That's just making the same horrified expression that's like 12 feet tall. So that 80 people behind him can't actually see the match. That was also a classic part. This disc may very well have been motivated the culprit to commit the murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to what happened. The prosecution has no objection.
But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't.
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. This song sucks! Turn that shit off!
This is that Travis Scott type beat, dude. I think it's about time for him to learn some respect. I love Chillin' Dude.
What on earth?
Da, 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 ba, 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 ba. It just hasn't gotten to the drop yet, that's all.
That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. It's an encoded message! It's definitely an encoded message. What the fuck would this message be? Do we have any Morse code speakers in the chat? Is this Morse code?
Mr. Graydon?
This is really priceless. He's dancing to the music. This is literally Leffen. After all of that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues.
We've looked at it for 1 second, dude. Give it more than 2 seconds. Give it more than 2 seconds before we call it off.
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a clue? Yeah. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
Yeah, okay, Boomer, you just don't understand our new epic dubstep trappings. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. The fucking the gallon of water is really nice. He eats so much fucking water. I feel like that would make you play worse, just having fucking 12 gallons of water in your body. That's probably what made him so sluggish. He literally waterboarded himself mid-match, and still almost won. That's how much of a champion he is. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Yeah, that sounds like dog shit. That does not sound like anything. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that is crazy. I don't know what he said, I skipped it by accident. It was so crazy, though. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is, yet. Bruno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? When did you even get it, you freak? Where the fuck did you get it? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Bomb, bomb, bing, bomb. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, so then why did this guy even need to break into the place to steal it? I don't get it. If everything was really fine, then couldn't he have just come back the next morning and bought it? Like, why did he need to come skulking around? Maybe he saw that the store was already broken into and he thought somebody was beating him to the punch. No, because he brought his idiot friends with him. The two other criminals, so he was clearly planned. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. I'm guessing Morse code. Ah, could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Yeah, poor chillin' dude. He couldn't keep all his emotions inside. He wore that one on his face pretty bad. It was literally like Ace Attorney-esque expression. His face just fucking exploded. He looked so funny. There are like 80 amazing screen caps I've seen from that video. Like every face he makes is hilarious. Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Is it? Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm gonna have to press the defense for— What? If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not music, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one— Oh my god, I'm so stupid! No shit, it's obvious. It's the fucking, it's the telegram lady. Remember one of the people in the jury stand is sending out the messages? The entire fucking court session? The stenographer or whatever she is? And he works in the communications office, the guy who stole it. Yeah, so it totally is. 100% that's what it is. And that's how they're doing it. I figured out what they were doing, but I didn't know how they were doing it. So what they're doing, they're stealing the British government's, like, top secret messages, and then they're translating it to the music discs, which is the part I didn't understand. And then they're selling the music discs, McGilded was, to foreign governments for insane amounts of money. That's what it is. That's 100% what it is. It's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Gug. Alright then, this could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. I think you mean connect the dots, bro, you British motherfucker. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds is... Wait, what? I have to show an object? Aw, rats. What object is about the sounds? Oh wait, the paper. Yes, the paper contains an article about governments being leaked to foreign agencies. Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, we good, we got it.
Take that! Woohoo, baby! Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig-Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry mole. Classified secrets might have been leaked overseas. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please. See, that's the noise. That's the noise. It's like a music box version of that noise she's making.
Me, sir? Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
Mm-hmm.
I wish people still had to communicate like robots. It's annoying that now people just like use the voice over the wire. We should definitely still have to send little beeps and boops.
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Called it.
But I don't believe it.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams, and the thing is too, she should be able to tell us exactly what it says as well. So this should be a slam dunk. This should actually just be the end of the trial. She should just be able to tell us exactly what the message is, and if it's an important government secret, then boom, that's a slam dunk. When it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there can be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Order! Please, everyone! But this is High Treason Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the...
Oh, this is the other guy. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So, the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of night. What? This doesn't actually make any sense, though, is the thing. This is my only problem with this, is like, cool way to connect all the cases, but at the same time, it literally makes no sense. Why does he have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery? He could have turned in the receipt, which he tried to do and failed. He could have waited until it was available for sale. He didn't even try to do that. The third most obvious method is to try to break in and steal it, which is also the most dangerous. Why would he risk that? I don't get it. I have to avoid capital punishment by committing another crime, murder that's punished by death. Like what? Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. He also waited like weeks, is the thing. He also already waited for weeks and weeks and weeks to even make a move, so why was he in such a rush? I'm sure they'll explain it, but it's so weird. He literally sat on this for weeks, and then within 2 days just did every attempt at getting it back. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank, that being a most flagellantous offense. Flagitious? Flagitious?
What the fuck is a flagitious offense? That's not a real word. They actually made that up. That's some Dr. Seuss stuff. This judge actually graduated from Seussington Law School, if you could believe that.
For which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
This guy is cool as a cucumber, man. He doesn't even care that he's going to 2 death sentences.
Told it!
They're literally gonna execute him twice. It's the babies. It's a farty offense. That would have been the perfect time for Walk-Uppy's fucking weird sound bites that he sets off. You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. Interesting. So bear in mind that green guy jumped in for no reason. That's a little random. Might be important.
Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulking Brothers.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
What does that mean, Gregson? I don't trust Gregson anymore. I 100% don't trust Gregson anymore at all. What is up with the Skulkin brothers then? Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, we all know what we need to do is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. They weren't even invited to testify, man. They just broke in.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon.
We did, Gov, we did! I love the Skulker brothers. They're awesome.
Quieten down, please.
Quieten? They're just making up words. They know Americans are playing this game and don't know British English. The fuck is this? Quieten down.
What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what those 2 ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business.
You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Okay, sweet. Cross-examination. Let's go ahead and examine that before we do anything else, because it's clearly super important. So, here's the thing. I really don't think this is what the problem is, but the For McGilded sticker is still on the disc. So maybe that's what's, like, distorting it and making it not sound like Morse code. The lady didn't recognize it either. The lady whose literal job is to know Morse code and send out the telegrams, so there's clearly something wrong with it. See how the For McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windabanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit. There's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Yeah, no fucking shit. No fucking shit, Iris. No fucking shit. Gem? Do I have to push the big gem? No. Aha! There's something. Oh. What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Oh, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Aha! There's another movement on the underside. Oh, that wasn't the bottom of the box. It was a trick of the perspective. Look, it's sidewards. It's supposed to stand upright like a jukebox, and then you fold out the flaps and play the music, like, vertically. Interesting. So the gem is actually marks the top of it rather than the front of it. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. I see. So we need to find the other disc. Is there any other evidence we haven't looked at properly that the other disc could be hidden inside of? We've checked this box. I'm so suspicious of the stereoscope, but we've checked it like 80 times. It's clearly not in here.
I've checked that stereoscope more times than I can fucking count. And I can count at least to 3, so I've done it a lot. It's inside of Iris's story manuscript. No, we already checked that one 80 times as well. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we just can't access it yet. Graydon's counter. Graydon's counter of the third kind, as they say. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential information. The sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway. I have no relation to the man. All we done is break into the gaff the other night. Let's try pressing the Morse code. Hold it! But it's not Morse code. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Yeah, okay, go ahead and call me no brain. I didn't know. You think I know what fucking Morse code sounds like? Hell no. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash.
Ah. Okay, so the missing disc is either the dot or the dash disc. We only have like one half of it.
By combining it in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A.
Yeah, okay, that's what the problem is.
This is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone.
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government's secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Would there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum?
It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what? Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages?
It's on the bottom side. It's in here.
Guys, they don't even understand that it's in here. This music box honestly sort of looks like a toilet when it's like this. It looks like a very fancy toilet. Did you hear that Keemstar came back? I thought Keemstar retired, but apparently he was just lying for attention and money. Which seems so out of character for him that I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I've just noticed something about this music box. The bottom of it opens up. Bro, you already knew that. There's another movement on the underside. You can set another disc to play back on this side? I think so, and it looks like these 2 movements are linked together. We already saw this, why isn't it letting me skip it? Hurry up, Iris, I'm gonna beat you. Alright, there. We can present the other side of the disc.
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box?
What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. But we don't have the disc still. Where the hell is the disc? Was there like a time when we were told where the other disc is, or is it a mystery still? I can't remember. I think we just don't know yet. I think we just don't know yet what happened to the other disc. In other words, you can put the 2 discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well,
I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise.
Yeah, don't take my points at least. Okay, I get to continue, good. It must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it there.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
I need to give you to a fucking orphanage, Iris. You're 10 years old. Get out of the fucking courtroom. This is absurd. This is ridiculous, I say, as I look at the 2-foot-tall man standing on a cardboard box who murdered an old man in cold blood so that he could steal a music box to play government secrets back. This is just absurd. A 10-year-old? Get her out of here.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this point examination. What? He has no relation to the man, huh? Well then how do you explain this armband? Ha, got him. I guess I'll try pressing that. I guess I'll try pressing the statement that he's not related to the man in any way. Hey, what up, Alulim? How you doing? It played so fucking quiet, too, is the problem. It was because Wakabi was hounding me earlier. Like a hound of Baskervilles of sorts, if you understand. You're tired? Oh, no. Bro, I've been, what do you call it? Geeked up on caffeine all day. I am tired, but I am Mexican. I believe that was actually the long-awaited sequel to I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream. It's the even more horrifying novel where you have to grapple with the existential dread of being Mexican. It's truly a fate worse than death. The sounds produced by that thing aren't even Morse code. The sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Okay, I'll do mere communication officer can't steal information. He can steal plenty of information. He's a constant cahoots with boxes and stuff. You know it, I know it, he know it, everyone know it. Want to play Super Mario World with me via SNES Party and abandon your current stream? No, I'm about to win. I'm about to beat the whole game. I can't abandon it yet. Super Mario World. Which one is that? Is that Mario 3? I'm horrible at the 2D Marios, dude. I play like a granny. I am Mexican. It's true, Mexicans notoriously cannot convince people to play Super Mario World. It's really their Achilles heel when you get down to it. Is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. Oh, okay, yeah, I know which one that is. This first one for the SNES. Yeah, that one looks amazing. I love the graphics in that game. I wish I was better at 2D Marios. I like 3D Marios because I'm goodish at them, but 2D Marios, I'm atrocious, dude. I'm so bad at them. They're handled by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop. Let's say something, stop.
Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry.
Oh, so he was wiretapping them.
And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating. Thank God this random person happened to be in the courtroom today. Unless it was all planned. Baby penguin %, that's amazing. Wait, that's an amazing speedrun. That's so short too. Isn't that one of the first levels you can go to? That's awesome. Now that's my kind of speedrun. It's like 30 seconds long.
Graydon is highly skilled operator, currently in presence of idol.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, messages are all sent in cipher. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
Oh dear. He's a smart cookie, huh? He knows how to break the dang Amigma code or whatever the hell it was called. That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop.
Japanese percenting Ghost of Tsushima? Oh, dude, I could never do that run. Are you kidding me? You would take true dedication to be able to beat that one. Trying to find the Japanese person in Ghost of Tsushima, it's basically the literal equivalent of the old adage finding a needle in a haystack. It's just too hard. I couldn't make it that far. I would go mad trying. It's like shiny hunting times 1,000.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you would keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
That is true. That actually was kind of racist. I'm gonna need you guys to not report me for racism against haystacks. It's a problem, but I've been working on it. I posted in the last week 3 different apology videos where I disingenuously cry and pretend like I was sad about what I did. So like at this point, I feel like I've earned my way to not be taken down for my racism against haystacks anymore. I guess we'll press him on the low-class people.
I have no relation to the man.
So 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? Bro, Naruhodo, you really haven't fucking put this together, dude? He works with his hands, he's a brickmaker. He was the one who would make the discs. What's his face? Caught the information that was classified, passed it along to Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason hammered it into discs, and then Mr. Mason passed it off to what's his face? Mr. McGilded. And then he tried to get cheeky with McGilded and demand more money, so McGilded fucking stabbed his ass. Case closed. How indeed? People only apologize and cry when they get caught. That's definitely true for YouTubers, especially. Ba-ba, ba-ba. Remember when YouTubers tried to sell people CSGO scam sites for like 3 years? That shit was so funny. There were so many YouTubers who got caught trying to scam people out of money on CSGO skin sites. How the fuck? I feel like if you get scammed into buying CSGO skins, you kinda deserve it, you know? It's like if you make money off of it, that's fine and good, but if you lose money on it, I feel like nobody should feel bad for you. It's how I feel about NFTs as well. Like, you can make a ton of money on NFTs, but if you end up losing a ton of money by buying a fucking JPEG of a monkey, I feel no remorse for you whatsoever. Like, I do not feel bad for you at all. Like, if you make money, awesome, that's a great move. But if you lose the money, nobody gets to feel bad for you. That's the trade-off. I feel like that's the deal that CSGO skin scams and NFTs can shake on. Exactly. It was like literally promotion for the gambling sites, and people thought it was real odds, like they were gonna win all these skins. It would be like watching a carny at a carnival ring the bell on his own machine and then be like, oh, I can do that too because that guy that's making money off of it did it. Like, what? Hey, what's up, Tasty Giggity? Good to see you, man. You got here just in time for what's apparently the grand finale, it seems. We're on the final case. The final stretch of it, I guess. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilda to negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from the artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Yeah, exactly. How are you gonna buy CSGO skins from a scam site? That's like, I feel like stuff like gacha games and things that prey on people's gambling addictions are bad enough, but like, at a certain point, at least they're honest about it. I have to give them that. They have a slight leg up on the CSGO skin stuff because like, at least they're honest about having shit odds, that you're not gonna win anything. The CSGO gambling sites tried to pretend that they actually would let you win, and that's no good. Yeah, the judge voice is the same. It's the thing that carries over. It's too iconic. I can't leave it behind. Even though it's a different judge now. I was really hoping that it was just gonna be like the exact same judge as a gag. Like he would just look exactly the same as the one from Ace Attorney in the future. Even though this game's 100 years in the past. So how do I connect him to the brick breaker? Do we have evidence that connects him already? Purple blood. Purple blood. This is it, right? This is the thing that connects them. The Bryce fired Mason's blood, the guy he says that he has no business with, has the ticket that he tried to turn in. Yeah. No, wait, but it was Lestrade who had that ticket, right? Yeah, it was Lestrade who had that ticket. I don't know. I'm gonna keep pressing for a little bit, but I think that might be the evidence we need to present. You know what? We still have 5 pips. I could just let it rip. I mean, that is evidence that connects them, for super sure. The only thing is, I don't know what's the game wants me to establish right now. But it does show a connection between them. The witness is, okay, no, that was wrong. Okay, fuck it. We gotta press more.
No, 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 it's not true.
Oh. That's okay. That's okay. Alright, let's talk to these idiots then. All we done is break into the gaff the other night like what we was told to do.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? So me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years. But the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Aha! So he knew him beforehand, too. Interesting. Yes. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China.
Excuse me.
What the fuck noise did that guy just make? He sounded like a goddamn zombie. Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Did you lose all your money on CSGO skin gambling? Hey? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the I was just remembering the booga, that's all. We used to have a right or left together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? He's got a pear! That is not the sound a pear makes. I've got bad news. I don't think this game knows what a pear is, because that was clearly an apple bite sound effect. That was clearly a applebite.com/booga moment. That did not sound like biting into a nice juicy pear.
Yeah, we're fresh. I mean, look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't have him believe it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us.
Wow, Graydon could have had an absolute, like, rags to riches success story, man. He started off as a fucking beggar in Victorian England and ended up as a super genius codebreaker. That's ridiculously impressive. There was, like, no social mobility back then. I mean, there's not much even today, but there was way fucking more than there was back then. Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through in our heads.
God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Ding, 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 ding. It does have no place in this courtroom. Windibank, that's what the name was. Okay, I thought that was a connection, but it's not. They said like Milftown or something? So I got it confused with Windbank, but it was Milftown. That's a different name, okay. I thought it was somehow related to the, what's his face? Pop Windibank. Pop Milferton. But it was not. It's called Windibank's shop. Who the fuck is Milferton then? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, come on, man. Don't make them throw the fruit out. You bring wine to the courtroom every day. That's way worse. Getting fucking drunk in court is way worse than eating fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Would that sentimental story be relevant? Add it to the Tomostony. My lord.
Yes?
The brother's last sentimental statement. I could have vital information.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. The Skulkin's never skulking. A booga's never boogin. Milferton and Skulkin's milk run. We definitely need to press this bad. Down, 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 down.
Hold it!
Hold it! I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
What? That's not a scheme. That's just a good business. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought a clever cog like you would have worked that one out. That's his.
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? This dude's name is really Milftown, and he's trying to tell me like I'm stupid. You're the one whose mom named you fucking Milftown, idiot. Why is it that you were only in the mention of the name Milferton that made you interject? Because well...
It weren't the happiest of homes that he came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, see?
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. Ashley Milverton. What is the pun now? Ashley Milverton. Ashley Milverton! I don't know. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all bunkum! I've been a Graydon since I was born. You really think you can rely on the testimony of those two thieves, So his father is thrice-fired Mason, yeah? That's what we're getting at here? That's where this is all leading to? Did you know? Only 2 people knew Darth Vader was Luke's father before the movie was released. I did actually know that, and originally he wasn't even supposed to be Luke's father at the first time. He was just some dude. There was a lot of rewrites with Star Wars. A lot of secrecy on set. Shh, as they say. Pretty cool. He might have ended up being nothing more than a henchman like Boba Fett, you know? Like, originally he was just a guy with cool armor who does stuff. It's interesting because when you think of the movie Star Wars, like the original Star Wars 4, A New Hope, he's not really the villain of the movie. He's just a dude. He's just like the muscle. The real villain of the movie is Tarkin. Grand Moff Tarkin. He's like the actual villain. Vader is like just his little assistant, is like his bodyguard. But then they gave him like a way bigger role in the following movies, which was a very good idea because it's a fun character. He's got big black head. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these 2 thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. Can we just subpoena his record anyway? This motherfucker has given us 2 fake names already. Why are we trusting this? Maybe his first name's different too. You don't know. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. Can we also talk about naming a man Ashley? I know it used to be a thing, but I feel like at this point that's gone from androgynous name to just girl name. I like the name Ashley. It's a cool name, but like, I feel like women have unfortunately won this war. The war for the Ashleys. You really can no longer be a man called Ashley. It's not as cool as it used to be. What's next? What will they take for us next? Alex? Is that their next target? Well, I won't let them have it. The women have taken too much for us already, such as the name Ashley, for example. A fake page was put in the script. Mark Hamill was informed 5 minutes prior to the scene. That's hilarious. That's a good way to keep the secret on set, honestly. Pretty smart, since they knew it was such a big hit, the first one. They didn't want it leaking early. That is true. It depends how you spell it a lot, too. If you spell it Ashley, like with the Y, then it's like, yeah, it's definitely girly. It was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. Oh yeah, Ashley as well, like with the Lee. Yeah, that's 100% girl. That's 1000% girl. Which is weird because they stole it too. They stole it too because back in the day, Lee, L-E-I-G-H, was like a manly man's name. Like back in the early 1900s, that was like a man's man. That was like a cowboy's name. How dare they? Women take too many names, dude. They should make their own fucking names for once. Like Bruntilda, for example. Why don't he? So, Ashley Graydon. He was once a Milford. Okay. What does that have to do with anything, though? I feel like Gregson might actually secretly be his father, and Gregson's also lying about his name. I don't think so, because that would be kind of an ass pull out of nowhere. But, on the other hand, like, it seems like kind of likely. Because, like, Gregson in the Sherlock Holmes books was not a bad guy. He was a good guy. He was just kind of a rival. So it would be weird if they just randomly turned Gregson, actual Gregson, into a villain. It seems more likely that this would be like a fake Gregson. But you don't know, maybe. I don't think he's even a villain though. I think he's just only working with them to keep the secret, you know? Like he has to work with the criminals right now because otherwise the secret's gonna go public. A Gillette sensor, Excel women's razor. Let's go Qui-Gon Jinn. He's killing Sith and shaving Biffs. I don't know, it rhymed in my head at least. I forgot there was a C in there. They should have at least done some product placement, like did a tight zoom into it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Winterbanks.
It was 2 months? Why the fuck did he wait so long? This makes no sense. It better fucking explain why this guy waited so long to try to recover the disc. Or the box. Both were there.
But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGill did.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some true link between the men.
I know. Mr. Grayson's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Wonder if the key to us making headway in the cross-examination here could be those 2 brothers. So he says, low-class brickmaker. I have no relation to the man. Yeah, I think this guy's definitely his father. I think thrice-fired Mason is this guy's father for sure. He very specifically says, I have no relation to the man. It's a play on words. I guess I'll press this next. If we'd known those dodgy government secrets were there, we wouldn't have touched it. So did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Winterbank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Winterbank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do, was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Winterbanks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, isn't it? It wasn't blessed pleased, I could tell you. In any case, they know the real reason. It doesn't sound like they're gonna give it away. Milferton and Skilferton's milk run. So now we know his real name, but what does that change?
Hold it!
Oops, oh, fuck, I pressed again, damn it. Damn it! I didn't mean to! The good news is we don't have to worry about presenting a person because it's not even giving me the option to present people. So that's nice at least. In your original testimony, blah, 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 blah. Skip, skip, skip. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here in terms of presenting evidence. It might be looking for a reaction. It might actually be looking for a reaction. When in doubt in this one, it seems like it's usually, like looking for reactions during the pressing. Yeah, we'll try that. We'll try that first before we try to present any evidence. Enough. Why don't you baddies desist with the fiction? Obviously, I don't know these men from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery. Well, that's bloomin' nice, isn't it? You little turncoat. Fine, if that's how you want it. 2 can play at that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know him from Adam. That's not helpful at all. I thought he was gonna give us useful information to roll over on him. Never spoken to him before, never seen him. Never, Nash, never!
Good grief! Such a blatant lie will not stand in my courtroom.
Well, all I'm saying is this. Damn it, that didn't help at all. Fuckers. Alright, we'll press this one again. He says it was a low-class guy, so we didn't know him. But now we know that he was a low-class guy, too. So maybe I can press something. Another ad in 1 minute. Dude, YouTube ads are getting absurd, too. Like, every fucking site is starting to just fucking annihilate people with ads lately. It's super fucking annoying. But yeah, Twitch has definitely been especially bad. And apparently, too, that they've also made themselves ad block proof, which may be why they're so brazen now. That might be why they're so brazen these days, is because now that they're ad block proof, they have nothing to fear. An ad for Jesus. Bro, I live in fucking Texas. I see ads for Jesus literally every time I get in the fucking car. They're all over the place. My favorite one is just the one that says "Got Jesus" and it looks like "Got Milk." Because I'm like, you know what? That was a fucking compelling argument. Did I already press Milverton's skill run? Oh, I didn't. Okay, exactly. Perfect. There's still more. So how did your little business work exactly? That's right, because there was another thing I could have pressed. How they do the operation. Well, every morning on our way, Milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave them full again, right? So we swooped in on the action. Got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Now, what we had going was simple once you had the idea. We'd just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A dawdle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle. And that's a crime! It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him who came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden, we seem to be up on our necks in a matter of national security. Blah, blah, blah. We already passed this part, you little fucking junior Jesus. You know what would be really funny? If Jesus was, like, incredibly stupid. I feel like it's kind of a given that anybody who was, like, a completely influential person, people consider them to be, like, very smart, right? Especially historical figures. But if you look at, like, modern day, the people who are influential now, it's always the dumbest motherfuckers you've ever seen in your life. So, like, it makes you look at old history stuff with a completely different lens. Like, Jesus could have been the dumbest dude who ever fucking lived, and it wouldn't change anything, right? It wouldn't change his message. He could have been super dumb. He could have been like 85 IQ. And what would it change? But it feels bad. You don't want Jesus to be stupid. Nobody likes stupid Jesus. But it would be exactly the same thing. Yeah, he was a carpenter. I guess you gotta be at least kind of smart to be a carpenter, right? It's like spatial reasoning stuff. You definitely have to at least have like a type of intelligence, right? There are definitely different kinds of smart. But you'd have to have one of them. What? I'm just gonna try presenting against this, because fuck it, I don't know what to do anymore. Yada, yadane, yadane. Did I press this one again since I learned new information? I'm gonna try pressing this one last time before I go on. Because it feels like I don't have what I need yet. It feels like I don't have what I need yet, but I feel like I've already done everything. Like, I've pressed everything. I've repressed everything. I've been looking for the little interjections and haven't seen any. There has to be something. And remember, presenting the evidence that he had the same object that the dead guy had did not count. That didn't count as well.
Hold it!
Let me just check one last thing. Because remember last time we had to pursue somebody, they didn't actually show up to be pursued? No, okay. No. We should have to try something. I'm just gonna try presenting some evidence and see what happens. He has far more class than that. I think this actually is right. It's just like really tenuous, right? Like this is just kind of a random leap of logic, but no relation to the man is just simply referring to the fact that they're both from the same like poor background. I think. We'll see. I guess that's one way you could interpretalize it. Wait a second. Oh, but I can't present people, can I? So that can't be what it is. Okay, well, at least it didn't let me waste my point. Thank you, video game. Wow, I'm super stumped on this one. Any ideas? Maybe the music box disc. I could try the music box disc too. Fuck it, let's try it. We still have 4 pips. That's more than enough to kill anything that poops. Oh shit, it didn't even let me go that far? I'm an idiot. Damn it, I completely wasted my pip. I totally wasted my pip. Usually when you present the blood, if it's gonna be the correct evidence, it like zooms in and you have to say the specific type of blood. I thought that's what happened last time. Oh shit, that was super bad. Dude, I don't know what I'm looking for here at all. Jesus Rampa. My favorite thing about Jesus is that everybody has their own personal Jesus. And that's not just a musical reference, it's also referencing the fact that there's like black Jesus, there's white guy Jesus, there's Japanese's, which is probably one of the most hilarious kinds of Jesus. If you've ever seen Japanese Jesus, it's quite hilarious. How the fuck would Jesus be Japanese? That one makes the least sense out of all of them. Somehow among all of the Jesus, Japanese's is the least likely. But it is very funny too. Do I just have to present the fact that his name is Melferton against this? But I can't. Oh, case notes, case notes. Mason Milverton. Oh my god, this is what I was trying to get out of them the whole fucking time. I'm so stupid. I totally forgot I could look back at the case notes. I'm so sorry, everybody. That was literally like 15 minutes that I just wasted for no reason. I totally forgot I still had the case notes for the very first case for some reason. That's all I was trying to get out of it. I was like, how do I get them to say that they're fucking related? God damn it. It was so obvious, but I couldn't find it because I'm stupid. Remember, kids, actually look at the evidence. Don't just assume you remember all the evidence, because you probably forgot one really important thing once. God damn it. Yeah, we'll go with this.
Objection!
White Jesus is the most popular, right? I don't know. Definitely in America. 100% in America, but I don't know overall. Like, just simple population size would lead me to believe that perhaps Afrikesis is the most popular. I don't know how many Christians there are in Africa, though. I don't know. I don't think there's that many in China, so it's probably not Chinese's. It's almost certainly not India's. Indianese's. Maybe White Jesus is the most popular, because like America and Europe, White Jesus is probably the most popular, both those places. And they're both very heavily, densely Christian populated. Yeah, probably White Jesus. White Jesus might take the popularity cake on this one. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? I can't believe it took me that long to find this. I'm sorry, that was super dumb. That whole evidence, like, eluding me thing, there was really no excuse for that. Literally all I had, people were probably screaming at me to open the court record. Literally all I had to do was just check what evidence I had, and it was right there, the first thing. Because I haven't gone by that name for years, it means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been the man behind the slaughter.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. That was his given name. His full name was Mason Milferton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive!
Mr. Ashley Milferton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milferton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
I didn't have this music box, you mean, Counsel?
That's so crazy because that's honestly so Raven. I bet you that since these are the case notes from the first case, you actually learned that in literally the first case. Well, the first case in England, the trial of McGilded. You probably learned that his name was Mason Milverton there. So if you remembered that, if you had played this like all in a row, this whole section would be so easy to breeze through.
Right into this music box, you mean, Counsel?
I mean, for us, that was like 3 months ago, but for people playing this game like in a marathon, that would have been a day ago. Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. Oh no, the snapping and popping is back. Uh-oh. All I do when that happens is I like reset the audio. And then it tends to go away. I don't hear it anymore. Okay, I think we good. The other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. I don't really know why that's happening is the annoying part. The fucking super obnoxious thing about OBS is that I literally never change my fucking settings, and then shit just breaks randomly. It's super obnoxious. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Hey! We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. Beep, beep, beep. You didn't hear nothing? Oh, that's good, that's good. It's not super noticeable then. I feel like it's just because we're listening out for it, yeah. It's not super annoying, but it's like fairly. Because I want the audio to be perfect, you know? Especially since this game's audio is so good. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. So he waited 2 months to go steal it. What? This makes literally no sense. But sure, why not? Let's, for the sake of suspension of disbelief, let's go with it. Well, Mr. Graydon, you denied that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I'm a goofy Cuba. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
Aha, idiot. Oh yeah, hit in the arm, wow. 2 nights ago. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime. I know I said shoulder earlier, but that's just my go-to. When there's a thing where like somebody has been shot non-fatally, I always just picture shoulder. Yeah, well that's the thing that's confusing me, is like, he chose to wait the 2 months. This is how it would work, right? It's still in the pawnbroker's shop, it's just in the back room. That's like for the safekeeping, they put it in the back room. So he could have gone and stolen it then, he just would have hadn't gotten to the back room, so it's like 1 extra step. So he could have done it, it just would have been slightly harder. But then instead he waited until the ticket redemption, right? And it's like, okay, that makes sense, he wants to do it legit so he doesn't raise any alarms. But then, when that doesn't work out, instead of just waiting the 1 fucking extra day or whatever so he could just buy it legit, he breaks in and kills the guy and steals it anyway. Like, once it's on the shelf. I don't get it. Even if you are to assume that he's super desperate because he's worried about someone else buying it, it would be way fucking easier to just jack it off some dude who's leaving the store than it would be to break into the store, kill the proprietor, and steal it. Like, all he would have to do is have his goons wait outside the store and mug whoever comes out with it and then take it that way. There's like no course of action in which what he did makes sense. It's never the optimal play. There's always a better way to do it. Which seems out of character for someone as smart as him, so I feel like there's a catch, right? There's like a twist that hasn't been revealed yet that made him had to go right then. Like he had to go for it at that exact moment. I think we're just waiting on that reveal. Because right now, unless I'm overlooking something, it always seems like there's a better path to get to his objective. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. Oh no, Pop! 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet... Bang. He must have been going like this. Struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? It's a crispy-ass bullet wound. He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Let's go, those guys. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. This guy is definitely a self-hating poor guy. Like, there's nothing wrong with being a poor guy, but this guy absolutely hates poor people. Even though he himself was a poor people as well. So I don't really understand why he hates them so much. He hates their asses, and he is one. Or he was one. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Oh, he's just confessing. That's nice, thank you. I do appreciate that. But that is all! I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? I do a little dance, I'm so pissed off about that shit. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Wait, is that the phrase? Dude, this is blowing my mind. I never knew that. The phrase is, as God is my witness? What? I'm so crazy. I've heard that phrase since I was like 8 years old, and I've always thought it was God as my witness. God is, wait, what? That's crazy. This is some British nonsense, isn't it? I haven't been mishearing that my entire life. Have I been mishearing that my entire life? I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Who cares? My job is just to get Lestrade off. I feel like at this point we've created reasonable doubt of her guilt. I feel like at this point we've created pretty decent doubt that she's guilty of this. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shulm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it!
Who said that? That's his voice? Wait, is that actually Mr. Graydon's voice? Hold it. That's a weird voice for him. He's a creepy guy. You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I might have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You...
What? Huh? Order! This is not the direction I expected this to go. This was not the twist that I was anticipating.
It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Thank fucking God, dude. This trial is so long. I'm having a trouble keeping it the fuck together. Mr. Graydon! Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. That's true, dude. If you vote somebody out in Among Us, and then it turns out that they were not the sus imposter, then all of a sudden you are the only, like, you're the number one suspect, because who else could it be, right? Why else would you have trolled? That's the trick that that's the trap that he has now walked into willingly. I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Among Us creature. Why it has horns? I don't get it. That's the Among Us sound. Nothing would give us greater pleasure. Okay. I gotta really tamp down for this one, because the judge just said this is the very, very, very last thing ever. Like, this is the end of the game. So I have 3 shots, 3 HP left to do this. The moment of the shooting. We can get through this entire game with 0 game overs, a goose egg, a perfect run of Ace Attorney Chronicles, if I don't fuck up this last cross-examination. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the store. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Why? What? Why did he steal the murder weapon? Also, he said that, I think the thing we have to present against seems super obvious, so it has to be a trap. But he said he saw the blood splatter all over her, but the blood on her is his dad's blood, right? Because she was wearing the coat, McGilded's coat. Oh, wait, did that never get entered into evidence? Shit. Oh, that makes this way harder then. Fuck, that never got entered into evidence. Yeah, she's wearing McGilded's old coat, and that coat is only soaked with the blood of thrice-fired Mason, aka Mason Milverton. Jason Statherton. Now, here's the thing. Okay, we talked about this at the beginning, but it still bears mentioning that, like, is this an art error or am I insane? Bear with me here. If you did not see this part, I'm going to go through it again. So those of you who did already hear me expand upon this, just hold your horses. But look, keep your eyes on the door handle, right? Check out the one wood panel right next to the door handle. The one directly to the right of it. All the way up to the top. There's nothing, right? It's just like solid wood. Now look at this photo from 30 minutes later. 30 minutes later, look at that same wooden thing and then look to the right of it. Ba-ba-bam, there's a thing now. Am I crazy? It's the same panel of wood on the door, but 30 minutes ago, there was nothing there. And now, 30 minutes later, they got the mail slot, like the peepholes there. So, what the hell's the deal with that? Is that an art error or what? I don't understand. Am I seeing it wrong? Is the curtain drawn more? It can't be, because we're looking at the same fucking panel of wood. That's why I start with the wood that's closest to the handle and then move right from there. It's on the second and third wood things. And it's not there. 1 a.m. it's not there. 1:30 a.m. it's there. The fuck?
That doesn't make any sense! Good gracious! This is extraordinary testimony! You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Down, 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 meow, meow.
Order! Order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Oh, I do a little dance. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. This guy's ice cold, man. He's using his own father's death to try to make cash, and he's not even rattled at all. He doesn't give a fuck. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Oh no! But, okay, two things right off the bat, right? Number one, it's the wrong blood. It's his fucking father's blood, which is grim, but yeah, so that's not evidence at all. The blood splatter is actually good for us. We should bring her out immediately to do forensics on that. Two, according to Gina's testimony earlier, she was in the storeroom the whole time, so he never saw her. So he actually, right now, just killed himself. He literally just stepped on a rake and just destroyed himself. Because he should have never seen her. Right? She was talking to Pop in the back room. She says, bring me to the back room, let me see the script. He takes her to the back room, shows her the script. Then he says, listen, we've got visitors, give me the gun, I'm gonna go back. She gives him the gun, he goes back, the shootout happens. He runs into the room dead. And then she said she was behind the door, so she closes the door. And then done. That's all that happened. So he's just an idiot. Is the thing. The problem is that the final killer is just a moron and just completely torpedoed himself. He has nothing. The forensics of the blood will prove that she's innocent, and his own testimony just annihilated him. Because he knew what she was wearing and that there was blood on it, and yet he never should have seen her. So he's the killer. Like, done. Just done. Well, that was hard. Let's see you guys next year for Ace Attorney 2. Ace Attorney Chronicles 2. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand.
Yeah, okay, fucking science fan. He's literally soy-jacking so hard right now. He thinks that all of his science mispresents naturally selected down the chimney that night.
In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, bang! I'll throw it at the fire for no reason. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why? This looks amazing. He's going to incriminate himself in 2 seconds. Yeah, why not? Just do the forensics, say that it's definitively human blood, and then, right after that, pull out the trump card that we already saw, like bring out Gina and test her coat for the color. And then it's done. Because earlier in the case, they already established that they were willing to, the jury already established that they were willing to accept Herlock's invention as accurate. It saved us earlier, remember? They used the same blood testing shit earlier on as definitive evidence and it swayed the jury. I think we just won. I think we actually just beat Sherlock Holmes, or Herlock Sholmes' game.
Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals...
Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened. Why is this? I don't understand. Am I stupid? What's bad about this? I think I'm stupid. I'm missing something.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Yes, this is all good things. Yeah, it shows the Milferton's blood all over the fucking coat. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilden, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Why? I don't get it. Why is he possibly objecting to this?
No, that's fucking dumb. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. Make it so, number one.
Hey, what's up, Zeto? Yeah, I think I am gonna do Phasmo. I think I will do Phasmo tomorrow. It's fun as hell. I think I'm now getting to the point as well where I'm good enough at it that it'll be entertaining for people. I feel like the first couple weeks I played Phasmo, it was like very bad because I was very bad. But now that I'm getting better, I feel like it's gonna be better to watch as well.
With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yeah, I love that game. It's super fun. I'm surprised how much I ended up liking Phasmophobia. Once they find that blood on the overcoat. Blood on the coat. It's honestly interesting because it's like a horror game, but it's also kind of a mystery game as well, which I really like. Like, the fact that it's randomly generated little tiny mysteries to solve is fun. Like, you have to do all the different things to discover who the ghost is and eliminate possibilities. It's nice. It's fun gameplay. You know what's crazy I learned? Okay, this is what I heard from somebody who's way better at Phasmophobia than me. The dots system that you set up, you don't need to look through the camera to see it. Once dots are set up, you can see it with your character's naked eye, which I never knew. I always thought that you could only see the dots read out through the cameras, but apparently it's not true. It's like harder to see, but you can still see it just with your naked eye. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Geno will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence, or a really compelling clue now. Wait, what is the problem? I have a very bad feeling about this. What? I don't understand what the conflict is right now. Yeah, it makes it a lot easier. Apparently it's like super hard to see if you don't have a camera set on the dots, but I never bothered looking, because like I was never in the van. I was always in there like doing notebooks and stuff, but it turns out that while I'm looking for other evidence, I can also just keep an eye on the dots, which will make it a lot easier. I never knew that before. I was a fool. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, Windibank threw Nash over the counter. He shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him peep out of the door.
The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back coat. So the blood spatter all over their shit. Oh no! That's the problem. Oh, that's super unlucky. It's a repeat color. That's why it's a big deal. I was stupid at overlooking something. Oh, that's super bad. Yeah, remember there's only so many colors the blood can be, and Pop Windabanks and Mason Milverton's are apparently both blue. No, his is purple. What's the problem? What? I don't understand what the problem is at all. This should make us win the case instantly. But here is the real problem. Her coat's blood splatter pattern never got entered into evidence. But even so, it still swayed the jury earlier, so I don't see why that isn't going to be the case again. I feel like there's no conflict right now. She tossed the gun at the peephole, I made my escape. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windabank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. They did accept his chemical analysis! What do you mean? You fucking stupid game. It was a whole thing. Anyway, I think I figured out the overarching thing that makes this guy the main killer, by the way. Like the big bad guy. So we're gonna accept McGilded is dead, right? This guy killed him. I think that's what the deal is. Because, like, why is this random dude the big villain of the game? It's because he was the one who killed your defendant in the first trial when you were in England. Because why else would he even be, like, a big important character, right? It's still so crazy that McGilded's actually dead. But this guy probably killed him either for business reasons or as revenge for his father's death. If they only accepted Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove it. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. What do you mean they won't? They did already. They literally did already. It was a whole segment of this trial. Unless I'm completely misremembering this trial. I remember that was like the one thing that swayed the jury, and then the dickhead prosecutor guy got mad and called them all stupid for believing in the pseudoscience. I don't know. He shut himself in the room, and I could see him through the peephole in the door. Let's press this. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door's a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Ew, what the fuck? Why is there so much conspiracies in this game? Look, the fucking creepy little peephole mailroom thing. It has the same symbol as like Herlock Sholmes' stuff. Why? Why does all this random shit adorned with it? I don't get it. Huh? I mean, Herlock did the security systems, right? He did the cameras, so maybe this is something similar? But how? But how is the thing? Because look, this makes no sense! There was nothing there. Then there's the thing there. There was nothing there. 30 minutes later, the thing is there. Why? Why? It makes no sense. Even Herlock Sholmes is incapable of this fucking sorcery. I looked through it myself that night. Do. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. Didn't say nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So, the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank taking place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see?
Shot the man in the back, blood splattered on her, and then she tossed her gun out of the peephole. I picked it up and made my escape. Let's press this. This one seems like nonsense. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I didn't bother thinking of that part of the lie. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon by 2 feet. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. See, this part's actually true and answers a question I had, which is why nobody saw this dude during the crime. The other two Skulka brothers got seen. They got spotted by us, and then they shot Herlock. But there was only 2 of them. And, I was wondering for the whole thing, like, why were there only 2 silhouettes that night? Apparently this guy already left. That part is true, he just bounced early. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bullet at gate, aren't you? Huh? Why is he strangling the poor brother?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Gentlemen. Hey, 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 hey.
Something wrong, sunshine?
That should be my line. You realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin, right? Blimey, this day's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me with his whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. I'm sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, blimey, see the way he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this day gives me the willies. Walk up D as he's known. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. Yeah, I was just thinking that he hasn't done that the whole game.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might want to be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Okay, yeah, so that's important. He was strangling that guy like Bart Simpson. He was strangling that guy like Bart Simpson. In the original drafts, Darth Vader and Anakin were completely different people. Yeah, it's true. A lot of the dialogue in Star Wars 1 makes sense if you take it as like a more metaphorical approach, but it was like really obvious that they didn't intend for them to be the same character originally. Like when Obi-Wan is reminiscing about, the good old days, back when me and your father would hang out together. This was his sword. He's dead now. He doesn't say that, but he implies it. But then they're like, nah, scratch that. It was just like a metaphorical death of the spirit. He's still alive, as a husk of his former self.
That was definitely out of character.
Just like when Obi-Wan said that stuff about the Clone Wars.
What's your feeling, Bruno?
As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in this testimony. Hey, I do! Hello? There's like a really fucking obvious hole in his testimony. an absurdly obvious hole in his testimony. Once they discover the blood on the leaf.
It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter on Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen.
But we know that Geno didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. What's going on?
All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too.
Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain. Habada hoda yan yan. I'm gonna try doing this, but I don't know if it's actually an inconsistency or if it's an art error. I really don't know because it's so fucking bizarre. I will show you one more time as I'm still in disbelief and I want to make sure it's actually true. The door right now, 1 a.m., completely fucking solid. The curtain is about halfway up. It's to the second one. It's to the top of the second one. It's the same thing. And this time there's the peephole. 30 minutes later, there's a random peephole. What the fuck? How is there a random peephole 30 minutes later? That just doesn't make any sense. Alright, we're gonna present evidence because, yeah, like, I just don't know why else this would be a thing.
Objection!
Wow, okay, that's an art error. Very out of character for this game. This game almost never makes art errors, and this time it made an art error. Weird. Well, that sucks. Now I'm down to 2 pips. This is getting very dire. Yeah, that's very, very out of character for this game. It almost never, ever makes art errors. It's like super important that you be able to visually distinguish things from the evidence. But that's a huge, glaring fucking omission, man. That's so crazy to me. They had to have seen that. There's no peephole. In the other photo, there's a peephole. That's so weird. That's so fucking weird. Alright, let's just press the rest of these stuff then. The accused shot him in the back. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. That was a fucking huge blunder. How are they gonna put no peephole on the door in one of the pictures? That feels intentionally confusing. That feels like they did that specifically to fuck with me and try to give me a game over because I was doing too well in this one. But as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, I dance now. The bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Let's push the first thing. We gotta find out what he was doing at the entrance to the shop. Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his... He did that little spin Palpatine does at Revenge of the Sith. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. And shot Sherlock Holmes, don't forget that part. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bro, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you! When you step through too, old dirty pawnbroker!
Sorry, Gov. My bad. Didn't mean to murder him. What the fuck? I don't get what I'm doing here. Pursued the man. I could see him through the peephole in the door that didn't exist, apparently. Okay, let's press this one. That's the only statement I haven't pressed yet. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at this exact moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Oops. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer!
I'll have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood of the accused's overcoat. Dude, I didn't even have to do anything in that? Are you kidding me? That's so annoying. That's actually the most annoying thing in the fucking universe. That entire cross-examination, I just had to press everything. There was no... God damn it. I wasted a pip. I only have 2 pips left to beat the whole game with. This is absurd. Why would they do that to me? I feel like it's fine when they do the thing where you have to just press everything. But when you do that, can you please not make it so there's actual contradictions that I could point out? It feels like roughly half the time there's actual glaring contradictions that I want to point out, and the game just is like, nah. Give me the points, son. Yeah, I saw her through that thing that didn't fucking exist. Sure, why not?
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Geno Estrada. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me!
Uh-oh. Iris, the spray bottle, please. He's dancing. Iris, he's dancing! Shit, he's dancing so hard. He knows something is up. Iris, please, the spray bottle. She's out of juice, dude. She's out of spray. What did I tell you?
Objection.
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Why is he doing this? I still don't understand Van Zeeks' motive entirely. I thought his whole deal was to try to root out the corruption. But now he's like actively covering for what's-his-face. Now he's like actively covering for the guy who he knows is guilty. Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen trained for 2 months in preparation for their final duel. What do you think about that, Walker P? What do you think about this? Are you excited for the Obi-Wan show? I really hope the Obi-Wan show does not ever have Vader and Obi-Wan meet. I feel like that's the #1 way they could just instantly torpedo it. It would be super lame. I really hope they don't meet in the show.
Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was just a goof.
I'll call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem. Pop out. It can't be done.
But we literally have a magical Deus Ex Machina device right here that we used 2 minutes ago that does exactly that, is the thing. Okay though. Yeah!
Soames is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communication?
You're the ones who believed it! You fucking idiots! I held out Peroski to starving boy and he ran away crying.
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. Except for when literally everyone believed him and it saved your client 2 minutes ago. Besides that, no weight!
How can you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim and such. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Arg! I like Van Zeeks is a mysterious dude. I don't understand his motives at all. I thought I did, but now I don't anymore. My lord!
It's been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman! As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Guilty.
Oh!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
No!
Well, that's not good. This hardly seems promising. So 2 possibilities. Either this is a complete contrivance, exclusively for the sake of having one more cross-examination, whatever the fuck it was called. Just cause, like, to make it seem like there are stakes, even though there are none. Or I picked the wrong option when I made Gina testify earlier. I've possibly locked myself into the bad ending, like 2 hours ago, which would be very bad. But I think this is probably just a contrivance so that we can use that unique mechanic to this game one last time.
They have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
Wag! I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Destroy my sweater! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Splatter blood while she fires away. How very distressing. To be held in such low— Yes! He's back, baby! To be held in such low esteem. Damn it, but his voice is way too close to the fucking— What? It's the— Fuck off! It's the bailiff? I thought it was Herlock. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer!
He's in disguise. He's in disguise.
You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm going for it. I'm 90% sure this is Herlock. He's wearing a fake mustache, fake uniform. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. It sounds exactly like the voice he does for the criminal, too. Am I going mad? Ah! Yeah, come on. Yeah, it's Herlock! Woohoo! He's here to save the day. Mr. Sholmes! That's fucking amazing. I'm so glad he's back.
What is the meaning of this?
He's even doing a fun pose, too.
Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
But he's been awake. This is very confusing. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
Unless what we saw was not last night, him being awake, but was rather way earlier.
And it was like intentionally misleading. No, because then why would he have been in the hospital? No, I think it's just weird right now. We'll figure out later.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What do you say to this, Lord Red Zeeks?
Mark Hamill was bitten by a snake while filming on the Dago set. Let's go, snake! Walker B was actually bit by a snake too while filming on the set of my fucking front lawn. I set a gardener snake upon his ass to ward him off. This trial has taken many hours of this court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Hey! Very well done. Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Oh. Yeah, it's Herlock! That's so awesome. I'm so glad he's back for the last, leg of the game. It would have been a real shame if he didn't come back. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that might prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in the investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. The fuck is this? A lavender furconchini wrap thing? A leaving present from Miss Susato.
Susato? What could it mean? What does it mean?
A leaving present from Miss Susato. So that flashback was to last night. Which again, I guess he just wanted a dramatic entrance, which is fair because let's be honest, that was a fucking amazing dramatic entrance. I'm so glad they brought him back like that. That was super awesome. The trash in the trash compactor scene was authentic. That's fucking radical, dude. I would swim in trash if I got to be in Star Wars. They should hold a game of making people do nasty shit to be in the next Star Wars movie. I would swim through trash. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I see, okay, so he had to wait till the last minute. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Wait, how did she know that? Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? The fuck is that? What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah, the machine? Ah. Oh! Oh, that all makes sense now. I completely forgot about this fucking scene. The cat door maker. It's not a peephole, it's a cat door. Susato was trolling the whole time. So the reason, it's not an art error. The reason why there's no thing here at 1 and there is a thing here at 1:30, Susato put it there. Because she somehow knew that the guy would testify in a specific way that led to this being the crucial moment. What? That makes no sense, but sure. But why not? Let's go, Susato! She's just so damn smart, dude. She thinks 8 million steps ahead. This stuff, she read the script. She just leafed through the ending of the game and she's like, I gotta fix this, man. I got just the trick. I can trim at least 5 hours off of this last case. Thank you for your sacrifice, Susato. You know what's funny? That should have been really obvious. I just literally completely forgot about that scene. It's been 2 weeks since the last time we played this game. I totally forgot about the cat door maker. That's hilarious. So there it is. And that's also why, as I pointed out, it had the little Sherlock Holmes symbol on it. Because it was one of their inventions. That makes total sense. Oh man, I really wish I had remembered that, because I could have called that so long ago. I could have got that read so long ago. Meow. Thanks, Wagahai. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapper-mat. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Here's my big problem with this. It's not a huge issue, but at the same time, a cat could not operate that cat door. If you remember when you looked at the picture when it showed the inside of the door, it's literally just a tiny door, like it has a knob that you have to pull open. How the fuck is a cat supposed to use that? What's Susie up to? Miss Susato... Oh, that's him. Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? Yeah, she was so hard on herself for no reason, but she saved the day. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Even though you're the only one I've ever had. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. I still don't understand how or why, but sure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flatamap that night, but why? Yab 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 yab. You know what's sad? I actually don't think we're gonna finish this game tonight. We have 18 minutes left to finish the entire game. Oh my god, I think this is actually gonna be a whole nother session of this. This has been a whirlwind of emotion for me, this stream. You wanna know why? Before this stream started, I didn't even think we were close to the end of this game for some reason. I just hadn't been keeping track of time because I'd been having a fucking blast. And this case didn't seem particularly conclusive, like it would be the final fucking case before it started. I thought we were still like in the middle of the game. But like it turns out to be the very last case. I thought this was the last session, the last stream of Ace Attorney Chronicles 1. But it's totally not either. Not only is it not the last case, it's also not the last stream. Because there's just too much of this fucking case. This case is super long, dude. This case is like 15 hours start to finish. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Beep, 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 beep. I'm grateful to you all for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? They're having a British sass-off right now. If only Obi-Wan drops in from the ceiling and says hello there, it'll complete the trifecta. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Holy Force Ghost of British sass. The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? It's up! It's the rest is up to you! British people are geeking! They say things opposite, like that world SpongeBob goes to where everybody says between all their words. All I'm saying is that England is essentially the rock bottom of real life. Every time I go to try to take the trolley to go home, it just drives away. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... Further cross-examination. It's super easy. It's incredibly fucking easy. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
No, sir. Same witness, same statements. The defense is not asking for a cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Bum ba bum bum bum. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well, but cross-examination is temporarily suspended.
Yeah, and he didn't even object to that. So that means we can continue it too. Get him, Sherlock. Yo, people talk about Herlock being dumb, but he's actually like way the smartest character in the game. He literally set a verbal trap for the entire court to step in. That takes a lot of forethought. He specifically worded it in such a way that it meant that the cross-examination wasn't ending. He's got the big brain plays. Nobody can say anything then, if Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I mean, it is absurd, but I also love it, prosecutor guy, so I'm gonna let it stand.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement, but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument.
A single chance to present evidence?
If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Aw. He fucking freaks out, that's great. Mr. Sholmes! A braver man I never knew. Let's do this. So fucking easy, actually. Oh wait, shit. They're devious, though. They're so devious. There's two statements that could both equally be applied to, and one of them has to be a trap. There's two statements that mention him dealing with the thing in the door that shouldn't be there yet.
To stand so insolently before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Yeah, R.I.P. Sholmes. But you know what? He sacrificed his life for the greater good. Getting Lestrade convicted of perjury! Woo!
Well then, counsel, are you prepared?
Yeah, it's incredibly easy, actually. It literally could not be easier. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let anyone down. And I won't waste this final chance that Suzato-san has given me. I really hope I get it wrong after talking shit about how easy it is and how I've never gotten a game over in this game. It would be quite funny, and in fact a good, like, comedic comeuppance for me to go from bragging to immediately eating shit. I hope I fuck it up. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
So here's the thing. It should work for either statement. But I'm gonna explain my logic here. I'm going to present the evidence against this one. I could see him through the peephole in the door though. Tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Wait, there are so many statements that this should apply to. Holy shit. No, it should be, this one literally mentions the peephole, so I should press it against this one. Ah, there are so many statements it can apply to. Shit. So this one, I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Shouldn't have been able to see it if there wasn't a peephole, right? Like, that's just not a thing. There's no peephole, so he shouldn't be able to see it. That's basic logic. It's just a solid fucking door aside from that. This one, I could see him through the peephole in the door. This should also be one, because according to Lestrade's testimony, she was in the storeroom with him, he went out, got chased back in, died, she slammed the door. No time during that is there time for the peephole to be erected, which should be the critical thing, right? Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. It should work on all of these. It should actually work on all of these. It should work on all of these, because there's not time in any of them. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. So this is the photograph of Gina. There's no peephole at all. And, yeah, there's no peephole. There's no peephole. So, sequence of events, she chases him to the back room, he shows her the script, he gets the gun, he goes out, he gets chased back in, he gets shot, the door is closed. No time during that sequence is there time to put up a peephole. That had to have happened later. But what do I even press against it? Like, which evidence do I present? No, I already tried the photograph. That's right, I already tried the photograph, so it has to be the gun. The cat gun. Okay, we're gonna try it. I'm gonna go with this statement instead. Against my better judgment and against my gut feeling, I'm gonna do it against this statement. The other one. Statement 6. Beep, 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 beep. Objection! Cat Flappomat!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat Flappomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through as any door you could think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
Thank God. Okay, I got through. Whew. I honestly wanted to be wrong just because it would have been so funny after how much shit I talked about how easy this was. If I just got it wrong and immediately game overed. Damn it, now I'm kind of mad that I got it right. That's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Oh, this is Graydon. My bad.
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function with another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No!
Yub.
Objection!
Hell yeah, we beat it!
We beat Ace Attorney Chronicles!
Woohoo! Let's go, 0 game overs. May I just report to the studio audience at home that I had 0 game overs, because I am a god Sherlock Holmes. This is a farce! Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant, using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions and then fled the country? That is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers that I alerted the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony
Is riddled with holes, much like the door. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen.
No, that's actually not true, mate. I just used a secret telescope under the door.
Ah, shit. Game over. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy? Cooey? Who the fuck is Cooey? Time for dinner. No, you can't destroy the court. It's Wagahai! Woo! Guys, Wagahai's the best character.
Where's Toby?
I'm so pissed that this game doesn't have Toby.
Well,
So what's Cooey then?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
Guys, one does not simply make holes. Oh. This game done just brought back memebase.com in the year 2021.
I'm not done yet, don't you worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. So there, nana nana boo boo, soak your head in doo doo. No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps in my cat flapper mat are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole at Windibanks are an exact match. Hee old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true, so she can't testify and fucked me. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. Not really, I have photographs. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. Okay, here's the thing. We have 1 minute left in the stream. I don't know if I should cut it or just finish the game, because I don't know how much longer is left. It feels like there's still a lot left. Like, I don't know, does this game just cut to credits after the final trial? If this game literally goes to credits after the final trial ends, then I'll finish it. But I feel like there's at least a couple hours left. Because, like, it's just not ending. It just keeps adding new shit every 2 seconds. I think we're gonna have to pick it up next week. I'll just get to, like, a stopping point. You know, find somewhere to stop. In that case, when the peephole was cut, the prosecution demands your answer to be answered. I don't know when the peephole was cut. I actually do.
What is the point of your line of inquiry, Lord Menzies?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Menzies. Well, counsel.
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I get it, like the cat door. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. I know how to solve it. Tag me in, bro. Tag me in, coach. I can solve this in literally 2 seconds.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windibanks was created after the event and not before.
And done. We beat Ace Attorney.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt. Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. It's 1900. We can't say that about him. That she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop. Oh, it's after the defendant entered the premise. So how does this guy know about the flap? So here's my thing. How does the criminal actually know about the flap? Sorry, I didn't read that last line. This print shows the scene in the shop a few moments after the defendant entered the premises. Because he didn't actually see the flap. It literally didn't exist yet. Was he just like snooping in and listening to the court's deliberations up until he was called as a defendant? Maybe. I guess he had to have been. While he was waiting to be summoned as a witness, he must have been spying on the proceedings. Because otherwise, how the fuck did he know about the flap? I don't know. Maybe he had to return. Maybe he returned later and then saw the flap. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that shit again, bitch. I don't believe it. That really is quite remarkable.
What? Guys, look at this. Oh my god, I solved the final mystery. Toby! Yo, cause Pop Windibank is dead, we're gonna have to take his dog, the dog picture on the counter, and his dog is gonna be Toby. Remember, there was a really conspicuous dog picture the whole time. They are gonna have Toby. They're totally gonna have Toby. But that doesn't look like Toby. That's like a golden retriever, and Toby's a bloodhound. Toby's a daggum bloodhound.
That really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description.
Bro, it's gonna be fucking 1 a.m. by the time this case is over. We're gonna call it. We're gonna call it as soon as we get to like another to be continued or to like the next cross exam, because it's just not ending. Mr. Graydon, and there's still stuff to do in this exact trial. The thing is, like, think about this. We still haven't even fucking found the other disc yet. Remember how the whole thing, the entire noose around this guy's neck, relies upon the fact that it actually is Morse code being sent out by that machine? We still don't have the fucking second disc. This is not even close to being done. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a pile of doo-doo. Oh no, we got him. And then he's just right back up again. Don't mind the continuity error.
Order, order, order. I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene.
Fuck off, Van Zeeks, you're such a dick.
But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Why is Van Zeeks going up to bat for this guy? Can we fucking rewind to 15 minutes ago when they literally said, remember, if you're lying, then you're the killer. And the guy said, yes, I admit that I am the killer if I lied. That literally happened 10 minutes ago. And yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true.
And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please.
No!
I don't believe this.
You're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of this now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted.
Oh, okay, it just flaps both ways. Never mind. I retract my complaint about the cat door structure. It does have a little door handle on it for some reason. But I guess that's just for fun. It's just for the aesthetic, you know?
Isn't that right, Rudo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Oh, fuck off. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Thank you for finally saying it.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there was a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
I think we're just gonna cut it here, man, because it does not feel like it's getting to a point where I can just, like, end on a cliffhanger. And it also doesn't feel like it's ending at all. But let's just say, for the sake of it, the inconsistency is the clothing having blood on it. He shouldn't know that. He shouldn't have even known she was wearing a coat. He shouldn't have known anything about her appearance. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show Mr. Grayson had knowledge of something he shouldn't know. Namely... Whoa, all of it is true, though. Oh, but literally all of this is true, though. Shit. He shouldn't have known about the peephole, he shouldn't have known about the bloodstains, he shouldn't have known about the gun. I'm going with bloodstains! Let's end it here, though. I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna call it. I'm sorry if this is like a really bad place to cut it, but the thing is, if I go much longer, then like, there's not gonna be enough time for a session next week. It'll be like a fucking short session. And if I don't cut it, then it'll be 3 more hours tonight, so... I'm at a kind of sticky situation, but let's at least see if I was right, and then we'll call it there. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... That's great. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. Yeah, I think that's the reason all 3 answers were true, is because the other 2 answers, there was wiggle room. He could have lied his way out of it. Peephole in the door, he could have said he returned the next day, and cased the joint, and then saw the peephole then. The third gun, he could have said, well, there were 3 shots, so I just assumed there had to be a third gun. But the bloodstains on the coat is a smoking gun. There's no way he could have known that otherwise. There's literally no other way he could have known. He even himself said that you can't see the blood because the coat's too dark. He said that himself. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. What's 9 plus 10? How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole? Oh, okay, no, it is the peephole. Just say you came back the next day, bro. You weren't arrested. You had full freedom to go there.
Obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Lol, I came up with that myself. Did you like it, bros?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course.
Oh, that's true. That's true. He couldn't have snuck in. The only way he could have gotten in is if he was, like, nefariously dealing with Gregson, which wouldn't look any better for him. I mean, I guess, I don't know. That doesn't really make I feel like the coat still makes the most sense. There's so many lies you could tell about how he saw the peephole, but the coat, there's no way. Like, there's just no way. He could see her physically in the courtroom, but the blood is invisible.
Well, of course, the place is chock full of porn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock shift so we can get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact is, its existence forms the basis of your testimony, and is completely inexplicable.
And yet, the fact remains Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole.
Yeah, this is going nowhere. We're gonna end it. I wanted to give it a little bit of time and see if it got to like a to be continued, but it's just still rolling. It's just still rolling. So we're gonna pick it up next week. I did make the save back there, so next week, you won't have to worry too much about like catching the super first minute of the stream, because we're gonna go back through this stuff. There'll be like a good 3 to 5 minute wiggle room where it'll be old stuff happening again, just so I can give people time to show up. But yeah, hope you all enjoyed this session of Ace Attorney Chronicles. Join us next week, why don't you, for the grand finale. I really didn't think this game was close to wrapping up, but I mean, I guess it is. I love this game so far. I really like this one a lot. We will see you then, I guess. I don't know if I like this one more than 1 through 3, but it's definitely really solid. 2 more hours! Yeah, we're gonna do it next week. We're gonna have to do it next week. I do not have time. But yeah, we will do the final 2 hours next week. If you missed any of this session, or if you can't make it to next week's session, be sure to check out the link below the stream in the bio. It will take you to the YouTube archive for the stream, where all the old episodes of story-based games go up. For example, the last thing that went up was this game, Ace Attorney, the previous part. So you will catch this current part there starting late tonight or tomorrow, and then all the old parts will be there, and the final part, the grand finale, will be there starting next week. So yeah, hope you all enjoyed Ace Attorney. I will catch you tomorrow for Phasmophobia. If you liked what you see, be sure to follow the stream for more, and I will catch you then. 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time, Thursdays through Sundays. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.